the way I didn't think I would land, but it actually did land. Like, I don't know where the girlies get this idea, like you stand back and do nothing. Like, I genuinely do not. No, you all should just buy this house, Janna.
I keep closing my eyes, but I can't put you out. Wanna fly to a place where it's just you and me, nobody else, so we can be free. All the things she said, all the things she said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. All the things she said, all the things she said, running through my head, running through my head. All the things she said,
like insane, insane. Oh, the pain is so good. Like, that's the power of Janna Tornado, okay? That's the power of Janna Tornado.
and I'm all mixed up, feeling cornered and rushed. They say it's my fault, but I want it so much. Wanna fly her away, when the sun and the rain coming over my face, wash away all the shame. And you stopped and said, don't worry me, 'cause I'm feeling for her, what she's feeling for me. I can try to pretend, I can try to forget, but it's driving me mad, going on. All the things she said, all the things she said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. All the things she said, all the things she said, running through my head, running through my head. All the things she said.
Everything for my fucking vein.
It's a part of myself a mission.
Like, the Leona is
Now I
playing
got a lot to learn. When I learn myself
I thought that was my teammate for some reason. I think.
tell me things I don't deserve. But the mirror shows a different
I wouldn't have
face,
landed that.
and I've grown to look the other way, telling myself it's only the start.
I wouldn't have landed that.
Maybe you'll quit when you, baby.
I would have landed Tornado if it was the old Tornado.
Ooh, gave you the shade, and I find the place that my heart's in. I finish the things that you started.
I wouldn't have landed that Tornado if it was the old Tornado. It literally just clipped her, that's Samira. Like, the speed is insane.
当你进入这深层的世界，
Fuck that.
每一面唯有你能感觉。很想你的毒药让我感觉醉了，带我去了不同的空間。But the mirror shows a different face, and I don't look the other way, telling myself it's only the start. Baby, look what you've done.
I meant to I meant to ban. I thought we were banning. 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 And I can't dodge because I have 24-hour. I thought we were banning. Hey girlies. So, as you all know, Janna got a rework, and these are all the changes. Now, I'm going to change up my format of this video / stream. Normally I do like a big 20-minute TED Talk explanation on like my thoughts and all, but I think I'm gonna change it up where I'm gonna do like a very, very short, concise summary of how I feel. At the start, I'll get into the game, and then I'll go into a full-on in-depth after the game. So if you want actual full-on in-depth talking, which I suggest you do listen to, I will do it at the end of my game rather than at the start of my game. But in short, these are the changes. You can just pause the video and read. So essentially they're buffing your Q, the nerfing base stats, and I guess your passive, and the nerfing W and E is an adjustment. I actually think it's a buff. In short, again, I will explain later down the line, but we'll just keep it very, very short and like to the point. Like I think this is a buff to the E. very shortly, I know some people have been complaining about like, oh, they got rid of the 20% CD Janna shield removal. I just go to my Twitter, you just have to scroll down a bit. I did the maths for you girls. I put on a full-on thread with all the maths. The 20% cooldown reduction thing, getting rid of it, is so good for Janna. But if you want to read through that, go to my Twitter and I go through the maths. I will also go over at the end of the game. So, very, very short, I like the buffs. I think the buffs are really, really good. I've seen a lot of people comment in everyone's been saying that Janna is shit now because of the changes. I want to stress this, or I cannot stress this enough. Theories, thoughts, and all that stuff is literally just that. Thoughts don't mean much until you actually have tried the games out. So whatever I say now can change, and I am very open to changing my mind, okay? So what I say is not like, oh, you're all wrong, Janna is strong, shut the hell up. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's fine to have your thoughts, that's totally fine, but play some games first, and then see how you feel, and then express your frustrations or emotions or whatever. Because there's a difference between going into it like, oh, I'm a little worried about these buffs or changes, nerfs, I'm not too sure about them, but I'll give them a shot and I'm open to having my minds change, versus, oh my god, I hate these buffs, these are so fucking bad, blah 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 blah. Like, one is open to having your mind change, the other is not. And that goes from the same as me. I like the buffs right now just reading on it, but I'm very, very open. Like, once I play the game, I'm very open to be like, you know what, these genre changes are not it. Do note that I am playing on the PBE servers. I'm from Australia, so I will be playing on 220 ping. So I probably won't be playing Janna to her fullest extent. I've always said that I don't like Janna on 220 ping. She's very difficult, or the squishy enchangesses are pretty difficult on 220 ping, so there is that. Also, so in very, very short, again, I will explain more in depth after the game, not now, but in very, very short, I think that the Janna tornado buffs and all that are going to be extremely strong to the point where I say, dare I say, OP for high-ranked Janna players that know how to use Janna tornadoes, the very good Janna players. And Janna will be weaker and not as good for players in the lower ranks who don't know how to use her tornado. That's just a prediction I have. It may or may not change. I'm not too sure as we get into game. Very short. Again, more explanation at the end of the game. It's just simply because I have such a bias towards Janna's tornado. I've said this multiple times. I believe that Janna's tornado is her strongest ability, her basic ability, so QWE, not ultimate. Her strongest basic ability. It's not her W that gives Janna her identity, and it's not her shield. Lily has a shield, Kamen has a shield, Janna has a shield. What sets apart these enchantresses is not their shielding capabilities. Lily is very good at single target stuff, like single target buffing / single target disabling, like with her polymorph, and shielding, and ultimate. Karma is known to be more of a spammy mage, like that's her identity. What's Janna's identity is that she's a displacement CC. A slow is great, but it doesn't do that much late game. A shield is great, but what separates Janna from the other shield? It's her tornado. It's her displacement CC. If anyone doesn't know what displacement means, it literally means to just displace an enemy. To stop dashes. Janna can stop dashes with her tornado and with her ultimate. Yes, Lily can do that with her ultimate, but it's on like a 1 minute cooldown or whatever. Janna is very spammable. I love that she can make a lot of picks with her tornado. In fact, like, you can kill so well with your tornado and make picks as well. Like, you can use tornado as aggressively. I have sifted through all my videos. I've sifted through all my montages to show you girls when tornado can be used as an aggressive tool / defensive tool that no other support can do, like getting picks or whatever. I'll show you the montage stuff at the end of the video, end of the game when I get into game. So stick around if you want to see like the examples that I picked out. But yeah, this is all very in short. I'll get into full in depth later down the line. So let's get into some games and see if I like the changes or not. And again, I'm very, very open to be like, you know what, I changed my mind, I don't like these genre changes. Okay, finally we got into a game after like 15 minutes of waiting on PvE servers. So again, I'm playing on 220 ping, so I may or may not be playing Janna to her fullest extent. I'll be trying to explain as much as I can in-game, but most of my explanation will be at the end of the game, so stick around for that. And I think nowadays, or now with the changes, we will be maxing E. So they nerfed the W, so I don't think you'll be maxing W. I think it's gonna be a max E. But I think you'll still get 1 point into W. Oh my god, the 220 ping. I need it. I need to read my thing first. So 83 damage, 70. That's not too bad. Okay. I think, yeah, 1.2 W. I'm very interested in the tornado, but I obviously won't get tornado level 1. I think W is still fine to get level 1. It still does damage, so we get 1.2 W, and then I think I'll just max E. And versing a Nautilus deck, I will always outscale Nautilus. Right, I just have to survive lane and I win against Nautilus. So we'll just do that. They did increase the W range, so it's 550 to 650 range. But they did something about like it's edge, instead of edge to edge, it's middle to middle. So like middle of your hitbox and the middle of the enemy hitbox. So I don't know if that like really like if it will help my case. Like I actually don't know if it like that is like a buff to her range, because in a way like yes they're increasing your range, but at the same time it's also like they're making it so you're only hitting the middle of the character. Yeah, we just have to survive laning phase. God, I have so many mosquito bites that I'm like so itchy. Can we talk about like, do mosquitoes even serve a purpose in the ecosystem? Like what if we just cancel mosquitoes? Like, does it even matter? Anyways, I'm going to get Tornado next. So against aggressive people like Fresh, Nautilus, Blitzcrank, you want to get Tornado. A shield does not really do too much for you, whereas a Tornado can at least somewhat possibly keep match with the enemy CC. If I'm bursting a poke lane like Zarya or whatever, then I would get shield level 2. Also, I can't auto-attack properly because of my ping. I should have auto-attacked the Nautilus like 2 times already, but I just have not been able to do it properly with this ping. Do you see like me jittering? My character's like jittering. Like if I do this, like do you see me jittering? Oh, he's going for the hook maybe? No. I just have to not... I have to be the one not getting hooked. If Lucian gets hooked, he can always dash away and I can always Glacial for him. I recently learned that Glacial only... the damage reduction is only for your teammate, so you can't damage reduce. Like it's because it gives you like a mini exhaust. You can't do it for yourself. I was very shookington. Also the numbers I got wrong. So I thought it was 10% of, so you get extra slow, like 5% slow for your heal slash shield power. I thought it was 10% of it. So if I had 50 heal plus shield, then 10% of that would be 5. But it's actually 5% slow, or whatever number it is, for every 10 shield. So I got that wrong and I didn't realize. So again, we just have to play passively. Like you really do not have to win against a Nautilus in lane. It's not your job to win against him. Thank you for the set, Ilbred. You're an enchantress. You will outscale them. Like I could literally do nothing and I will just automatically win by default. And if I'm maxing shield, it makes it even better. Also, part of the reason why I love the Janna changes is because oh my god. I don't know if that was my ping that made me not able to kill her. Part of the reason why I love this new Janna, or these Janna stuff, is because I actually miss Janna max shield. By the way, I know a lot of people complain about like, oh, she's gonna be a shield bar, like that's gonna be so boring, blah blah blah. And I am not gonna talk about like what's fun for other people. Like if you find something fun or not fun, like that's not doesn't really have anything to do with me, like, cause you know, fun is subjective. Personally, I do find I do miss like the old max shield moment. That is exactly how Janna was back then in season 2, 3, 4. That's you did actually max shield on Janna back then. So you know, I have a bit of a bias towards it. Like I miss those old days. Nautilus is going up. I'm gonna go middle because maybe Nautilus is running. No, he's not. I also Ruby Crystal against aggressive laning. Same thing. You have to survive. If you're versing poke, you would get Amp Tome. You go the Banner Glass Mirror if you're going verse against poke, but if you're versing aggressive, you want to survive, and Ruby Crystal gives you survivability. Nautilus has not gone back. Yeah, that is interesting. I don't think they use a... I don't know if they use Ignite. I don't know. Oh, actually, I think they did. I don't think they'll engage on us because they need to go back, the Nautilus, or not. I haven't got a low gold on my W. Sorry, my gold on my Frostfang. It's been quite difficult to actually poke properly because if I get caught, I die. So I need to be careful, especially on this 220 ping. So my W, like, poking is nice, but again, I'm not poking for the sake of like trying to beat them and kill them off. It's literally just for my 20 gold. I think once you get to level 6, like it's actually impossible for the enemy team to kill you in bot lane. Unless they gank you, but it actually should be impossible for them to kill your Lucian. Oh, I meant to show my Lucian there. Oh. Okay, I think. Yes. This is, yeah, I actually really miss Max Shield Janna. Because Max Shield Janna was very just that, like... the playstyle was, if the enemy team overextends for you, like, you will win out the long run with the shield. Like, someone like Nautilus can only beat you if they kill you in that one shot. But, because they're not very good at extended fights, like these Leonas and Nautilus, like they're only good for like the first initial like burst. But if they can't burst you down, then you get to fuck them up. And they need Ignite. If they don't have Ignite, they normally should not win. But I do actually very miss the Max Shield build. Again, I know some people do not like the Max Shield, like, oh, you're just gonna be a shield bar, but personally I find it quite fun. I know people are talking about like the 20% cooldown thing, like, oh, they got rid of 20% cooldown, you no longer have like skill expression, which is, I explained it in my Twitter thread, the numbers, so go over that, you should check that. I'll go over it again after this game, but essentially, in very short, it is not skillful to just spam your abilities off cooldown to lower the CD of your E. Like, that is not skill expression. In fact, I would argue that is the opposite of skill, and it shows that you actually may be like a bad Janna player if you're mindlessly throwing out tornadoes and Ws without thinking about it. So I've done a few VOD reviews of you girls before, and obviously I've seen like lower ranks in Janna gameplay, and something I've noticed is that lower ranked Janna players, they just chuck out the tornadoes nilly-willy. Like, there isn't actually a thought process with how they use the tornadoes. Like, there isn't like there isn't any good timing on it. It's just like, oh, let me just chuck out my tornado in a team fight or whatever, like off cooldown. And like, it's not good to do that, obviously, because sometimes you want to time it, like maybe you're versing a Marcy, maybe you're versing a Lee Sin, or you're versing a Zac and you want to stop their dashing or whatever, right? You need to time it properly. And with the 20% CD reduction thing, like, you're literally punished for holding onto your tornado at like the right times, right? And yeah, I did the maths on it. You can check out my Twitter. I'll show you guys after the game, but yeah, I think, okay, oh, we're fine, we're fine. I flashed back. Oh my fucking god, that Marcy is super fucking fast. I flashed back, so oh, he actually got the Marcy here. So the Marcy would go into the turret. It was so fast. So it didn't even matter that I flashed back into my turret because he literally just walked away or ran away. The reason why I knew that we would win that fight is simply because like now I'm maxing shield. If they didn't kill me, it's because like Norlis ulted, right? And he was so far away. By the time he could reach the Lucian, like the stun wore off, right? So like it was so much time that we had to stall out for my like shield and whatever. Are you going to come for me? Where's my Lucian? My Lucian is fucking recalling. Whatever, goodbye. I don't know why Lucian recalled. Oh no, he's gonna ult. Wait a damn minute. How did they live? Wait a damn minute. How did the Zac live? Wait a damn minute. If only Lucian came. If Lucian came, that Nasi would be dead. But I don't know if he wasn't watching or whatever. Once I get Moonstone, this lane is ours. Like they can't win the Norlis. Like the Norlis hasn't snowboard, so he actually cannot win at this point anymore. Hi Gagatas. How is almost reverted Janna? Wait, how is the girl? What in the English? How are you Gagatas? I start maxing E when I finally get my mythic item. What do you think about that? 3 points into W and then max E was the normal way, but now you can just max shield straight away. I still believe you would go E, W, then Q. Like you don't max Q. Level 1 Q is fine. In fact, like it just doesn't do much. Like it only gives you extra damage, but that's irrelevant for Janna. If I was versing, I'm gonna do multiple games of Janna. So by the way, I think I'm gonna play one Janna now, and then I'll do like a long TED talk. Then I'll play more Janna afterwards because there's actually a playstyle I was thinking. So a lot of people were saying like how the poking of Janna is like no longer existent because. Nice Zac. Oh my god, did that Zac ultimate just stop the Kai'Sa dash? Oh my god. So I know a lot of people have been saying like, oh, Janna can no longer poke anymore. Her laning phase is bad. There are two things I want to say to that. A lot of good Jannas will use the tornadoes in lane, like, and I'll show you the montage stuff to show stuff, so stay around for after the game. But I've seen some Janna tornadoes, and I do this a bit, I've learned from them, where they would literally just tornado in the lane randomly. Think about this stuff, George. And once the tornado lands, that's when they go in with the W and poke.
Janna flop now?
And girl, these subs, I completely forgot what I was gonna say because people subs, and then I forgot what I'm saying. Oh, I'll say the old Janna. Although you max shield, you can actually still poke in the sense that, think about it as that accent, and I know this is not poking from your side, but the poking actually came from your AD carry, which I know some people do not like having the, think about it as a baby bad girl, people do not like letting the ADC doing the poke, but now that you're maxing shield, like, this Lucian can literally just dash and you shield him and he does his poke and then rinse and repeat. Which was how the old Janna played, and it was actually quite strong. But I understand that some people do not like relying on the ADC, which is why the Tornado is good. And they buffed the speed of Tornado. I actually haven't been paying attention to like the Tornado like speed boost, so I also need to pay attention to that. Yep, we win. They're dead. I actually shouldn't have ulted. Actually, I just saved that Kai'Sa. I was expecting more damage from them. That was actually 2 free kills right there. I shouldn't have. Thing. So some Jonathan is just like Tornado. By the way, a random. That is so fast. Oh my god, that is gonna be so fucking strong late game. That is so fast. So I said at the very beginning, I actually believe, or my prediction is that I think the Janna Tornado in very good high rank Janna gameplay, I think it's gonna be so OP, like actually borderline broken. No. No, not Lucian getting me killed. No. I missed my tornado, unfortunately, there. But whatever. No, not Lucian getting me killed. He flashed into me with the Vex. Oh, no. I was gonna say something as well. So if you're standing in a bush, enemies cannot see your tornado. If you walk outside so if you charge a tornado in the bush and then you walk out, the enemies can then see your tornado. I don't know why that's a mechanic, but apparently that's the mechanic. So if you stay inside the bush, if it's not any vision, you can actually, they won't see the tornado. But if you walk out of the bush, then they see the tornado. Don't know why, that's a thing. I don't think they'll be in that bush, but I'll just... That's it, like, that's so fast, like, that's insane. So, I saw some replies being like, oh, like, Janna's tornado is so bad. So I said that Janna's her tornado is one of her strongest late game ability. If I had timed that better, like, that would have been so good. Positioned that better. And I saw someone like, no, that's so untrue. And some people are saying it's like the same, like Lulu can do that better. And it's like, no, Lulu can't do that better. Because her ability is like a 0.5 second knockup. It relies on an enemy, your ally to go in for you. It is not a spammable ability. And it's literally a 1.25 knockup. Alice's knockup hold on. Alice's knockup is a 1 second knockup, his Q. Janna's 1.25, bam. Sona's stun is 1.5, but Sona's ultimate is obviously not spammable and it's mid-range, so she's forced to like flash. So there have been many times when I have won simply by doing like insane tornadoes, like picking, not defensive tornadoes, offensive, like picking. And I have picked out like montage, like I've done a lot of montages, so I actually picked out all the clips that I did like insane picks with my Janna tornado. I'll show you girls after this game. That is like so insane. That is so insane. See, like, we did so much poking with just a tornado. Like, that tornado set that pickup. Like, it's insane. Like, this... Can you imagine if you got, like, a pick on an ADC? Tornado, maybe? I stopped the Irelia. I believe I stopped the Irelia Q reset right then. Uh-oh. No. Is he gonna get a kill? Dodge it? I ran out of mana, unfortunately. Thank you for the Icy Glaceon. I need...
That tornado is me running from straight people. Love you, queen.
So true. Let's see. They have quite a lot of... redemption? Oh, we have Lucian, and that's added sensor for me. Thank you for this is Icy Glace. You forgot to buy Corrupting Potion. I did! I forgot to buy no wonder why I ran out of mana. I forgot to buy Corrupting. This is also the thing. Whenever I'm talking, like I know, like when I did my Lux series, I had a few people like, you're playing Lux so fucking bad, or like when I did like my zones with Lissandra or Zyra or whatever, it's like, I see sometimes comments being like, you're so fucking like...
Yes, Queen, Skinny Legend, Versace boots the house down, Slay Queen, Hunting Mama, and Oop Daddy Work, Charlie XDX, snatch my whip.
40 gifted tier 3 subs. Let me do the fucking math on that. $25 times 40 is... $1,000? Wait a damn minute. Not tier 3 subs. I don't even have tier 3 emotes. Thank you so fucking much. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Hold. That tornado. I can't help the zap over there.
It's what she deserves.
Tornado? Wait, I didn't use the tornado. I'm not lagging. Tornado? I got the back. Thank you so much. This tornado is insane. Like, also, the added thing about tornadoes is that it cannot be stopped by tenacity.
Nothing new, nothing changed. Same old shit. Same old fucking shit.
Yas Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down. Slay Queen Hunty Mama and Oop Daddy Work. Charlie XDS snatch my whip.
Like, hello, the tornado. Like, obviously we're not doing. Thank you so much, Tinky. What the hell? Thank you so much.
Yas Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down. Slay Queen Hunty Mama and Oop Daddy Work. Charlie
Like, these tornadoes are insane. Like, Lily can't do this. Lily can only knock up once in a fight with her ultimate. She cannot spam like this. Sona cannot spam like this. This, like, Janna's tornado is her strongest late game ability. It's a 1.25 second knockup if you full charge her. Oh, they're gonna get dragon. They can't stop that. Oh, true. This is not just all, I swear. Kill! Oh, that's a free kill right there.
Yas Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down. Slay Queen Hunty
I guess we'll have to give up dragon. Thank you so much, thank you. In terms of movement speed, I'm actually not too sure they nerfed it. So you only get move speed when you move towards an ally. Yeah, you only get move speed if you're walking towards them. Did they neglect the dragon? No, they didn't. I don't know why they bothered. My team's swapping.
Yas Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down. Slay Queen Hunty Mama and Oop Daddy Work. Charlie XDS snatch my whip.
What was I saying? Yeah, oh, I was saying like with the people like being like, oh, you're not playing Lux correctly, or you're not playing Zara correctly, or you're not playing blah 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 correctly. It's like, I don't think people understand it is very difficult for people to be talking and thinking about like coherent sentences and stuff like that whilst playing. Like, I obviously will never be playing to my fullest extent whilst talking, right? Like, I can never possibly play to my fullest extent because I'm like talking or whatever. Like, I forgot to buy corrupting potion, bitch. Like, that's, you know, something I wouldn't forget if I were like actually concentrating in game and not streaming. So obviously I will always be playing like worse than normal than my like actual potential because I'm talking. And just so also you know, like the bitches that complain about like me not playing Lux correctly, bitch, I got to Diamond 2 on 220 ping on NA server, so y'all can sit down because that's more than most of you, or higher than most of you. They're coming in. I think I'm tornado down.
Yas Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down. Slay Queen Hunty Mama and Oop Daddy Work. Charlie XDS snatch my whip.
Yeah, my ping makes it difficult for me to shoot. I wouldn't have shooted that rise in time because of my ping. Thank you, Dinky, for the 40 gifted sub tier 3 as well. See if I can get a tornado kill. Like, that's insane. Like, my tornado did that, right? Like, it's not a defensive. It's not just a defensive tool. It can be used for an offensive thing, and you should. You should use it offensively, this tornado, in a way like this, right? Like, Lulu cannot do this. Lulu cannot do this. Sona can't do this. This is Janna's power, late game. Her tornado. It's not her bloody shield. It's not her bloody slow. Tornado! Double tornado!
It's what she deserves.
My ping! I actually could have saved him, but I can't with my ping. I don't know, I warded again. Maybe I can get another thing here. I'll need a redemption for my Lucian. If I didn't have ping, I would have been able to tornado the Masi, and then I would have been able to kill her! Kill her! What are you doing? Kill her! Tornado. Oh, nothing miss. I actually should have shielded Rise. If I had Corrupting Potion, I would have more mana. That did not fucking hit me. What the fuck? That did not fucking hit me. Is it too late to buy Corrupting Potion? I think it is. Corrupting Potion's only like an early game, it's not that useful for me later down the line, so... I'm gonna get Redemption just so I can get mana regen. Nice. I haven't used my pink ward yet. That hitbox, I know, that hitbox, I swear to god that freaking clipped my like... You know, like the four ribbon thingy that like floats out of Janna? Like, I swear to god it clipped that or some shit, I kill her. Yeah, you know these four thingies, like I swear to god it clipped that. I'll need anti-heal. Gold Drinker is annoying. And Marcy is annoying. I'll need Gold Drinker. I'll need Tech Future Fire. But I think we have so many Thorn Mails. Like, other people can buy anti-heal, but like we need to survive. Like this Marcy just jumps, or I really jumps on us, and I need a redemption to keep my team alive. I would not go in there. We can get a pit, yeah. Yeah. Going this way. What is the Tom Kench going? I got the thing. That Tom Kench, like what was he doing? The Tom Kench like ran in, ulted the Marcy and walked upward. I don't understand what the Tom Kench was doing right there. He literally, I was watching him, he went in, he just kept on chasing Marcy, and when he ulted Marcy he ran upwards. Like why not bring the Marcy towards our team? And we can't fight in a choke point like that because of Vex, so, and Nautilus, like I already knew that was a very bad fight. What is that? Unleash TP. I'll have to challenge for 4 seconds. And he says, why does it look like that and what is Unleash TP? What? Is that new or something? They nerfed TP. Oh, so true. I don't know about this. Actually... Well, we don't have Lucian ult. Oh my god! I thought he was gonna get it. I think this Tom Kench is throwing way too hard. Yeah, this Tom Kench is throwing way too hard. Not over just yet.
An ally has been slain.
People that are saying like Janna is weak or not, I'm not seeing it. Like, we obviously did so well early game. At this point, this has nothing to do with like a map, like W nerf. Like W nerf would not, even with the old Janna changes, it wouldn't have changed anything. So I do wonder, do I have less movement speed than normal? I think I do feel like a little slower, but I'm actually not too sure. Thank you for the sister sub, Betty. What are the thoughts on rework? It's still the same. I think it's extremely strong. Protect me. Oh, what? Like, the old Janna, like, would not have changed the fact that this Tom Kench is throwing. Like, at all. It could even be the case that, like, I would be losing even harder, honestly. And plus I didn't go Corrupting Potion, which, like, made me not have mana a lot of times. This is not good. Oh. I'm just gonna stand right back. I'm too weak now because Tom Kench threw so much.
Upon the wind.
I was too busy trying to peel myself off Marcia, so I'm actually not too sure what happened to my team if they got destroyed. The way he ulted back- wait, did the Lucian ult backwards? I wasn't even checking. Did he ult backwards?
Your turret has been destroyed. inhibitor has been destroyed.
Huh?
Enemy rampage.
Oh, Alpha Strike. Fuck.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
What is this Lucian dashing into? Not Lucian dashing into any team, sweetie. GG. I want to play more Janna games, obviously, to test this out more.
Defeat.
Again, with the middle to middle Janna thing, I actually don't really know if the range has changed a lot. So every champion has a hitbox, and so before it was edge to edge. The edge of Janna's hitbox, you can W the edge of someone else's hitbox. But now the middle to middle, they did give it 100 extra range, but it was middle to middle, so I'm actually not too sure that it helped our range. Did he actually ult backwards? I didn't even see. So for the temporary thoughts, I know. So I actually still stick by for now. I stick by to what I've said. Like, I actually think the Janna changes are really strong. The tornado is insane. So I have a good feeling there might be some people that be like, oh, you're just in denial, like you lost that game, like see, the Janna is bad. Which is not the case. Like, just because I lost that game doesn't mean Janna is bad. Like, the old Janna would not have done better or any better. So the things, you know, people are talking about is like they nerfed the Janna W damage. It made your early game weaker. But like, I won laning phase. Like, I destroyed that Nautilus. Yes, with the help of Zac a bit. But I destroyed that laning phase, right? Like, this isn't something about like, oh, my early game is a flop because my W is no longer strong and I didn't max W. I won laning phase. So that argument is invalid. Like, it's not about like early game. We lost more like the mid and late game, again, because of like Tahm Kench and the floppery of the team. So what else, what other argument could you make? You could make like, oh, like I actually haven't done the numbers. I'm actually not too sure if how much less damage, you know, you really do with Janna. But like, there wasn't any single time in any fight that I felt like, oh my god, that person lived with 10 HP, and if I had the old Janna numbers, I would have killed them. Like, at most, you would only do like an extra 10 to 50 damage on your W or whatever, or I don't know if your passive, the removal of your passive damage made too much of a big difference, but there was never a time in that game that someone lived like 2 HP and I'm like, oh my god, if I had an extra like 10 damage, I would have killed them, like literally at all. So that argument also, like, it wasn't a damage problem, like Janna lacks damage now. It wasn't, oh, Janna's early game is bad, because I did win early game. So, and again with the 20% CD shield thing, like I've done the math on it, so you can check my Twitter. So I know some people might be like, oh, you're in denial, Lumi, or whatever, like Janna's bad, see, you lost the game. I disagree. Like, I genuinely don't think that was anything to do with like the Janna changes. It was more just like, it was unfortunate that we had a Tahm Kench like through, or like apparently Lucian ulted backwards or something, I don't know, I wasn't seeing. Like, that had nothing to do with Janna. Like, even with the old Janna, like, she wouldn't have helped that at all. So I want to actually play more Janna games to see and test my things out. I really wish they would keep her E cooldown refunds. I don't. Check my Twitter, I did the maths, it's horrible. I've always hated that change and I'm so glad they got rid of it. It's so bad and so stupid. For those complaining about the 20% CD Janna shield removal, Lulu Karma shield is 8 seconds, Janna ult shield is 12 seconds. Let's say we have around enough ability haste to have 50% CDR, so Lulu Karma shield would be 4 seconds and Janna would be 6 seconds. In 20 seconds, Lulu Karma can shield 5 times whilst Janna can only shield 3 times. Janna's Q, W, and R reduce E CD by 20%. Janna's Q is 6 seconds, 50% of 12. Janna's W is 3 seconds, 50% of 6. In 20 seconds, we would get 3 Janna Qs, 6 Janna Ws, and 1 Janna R, which equates to 10 instances of reduced ECD. So that would be 10 times 20% equals 200%, which only is 2 casts of E refresh. So in 20 seconds, Janna can shield 3 plus 2 times, which is 5 times, which is exactly the same as Janna, Lulu, and Karma. The 20% reduced CD mechanic was always stupid and it never did anything for Janna. These calculations are also under the assumption you're spamming your Q and W off CD, which is not what you want to do all the time. You sometimes want to wait for the best opportunity to Q, or sometimes you aren't even in range to Q/W. It's also not taking into consideration that sometimes your E is like 0.5 second cooldown left, and a QW would have shaved off 1.2 seconds, 20% off 6 seconds, which means you lost out on the rest of the 0.7 cooldown second. At best, the 20% CD mechanic made you even with Lily and Karma, and at worst, it made you have an insanely long CD. With this new CD on Janna, 9 seconds or 4.5 seconds with 50% CDR, it makes it so Janna doesn't have to spam abilities of cooldown to even be on the same level as Lily/Karma. It is not skillful to chuck out your Qs and Ws without actual thought process and timing. Of course, 4.5 seconds is more than 4 seconds, so you would only get 4 shields in 20 seconds with the new Janna changes, and I definitely would rather write just give us 8 seconds for E. But the point I'm making is that spamming Janna Q plus W off CD to reduce your E cooldown is not practical nor skillful at all. You're literally punished for correctly saving your Q for the perfect moment. If they wanted to keep the 20% reduced CD mechanic, I would suggest more percentage per enemy hit with CC, like 1 enemy equals 20%, 2 enemies equals 25%, blah blah blah. Riot can figure out the numbers, this is just an idea, so like calm is passive. So, for those complaining about the 20% CD, I'm glad they got rid of it. It was horrible, I've always hated it, I'm so glad they got rid of it. It was so dumb. So going very in-depth, or more in-depth, of why I like the Janna changes. So in that game, I talked a lot about like why I love the Janna Tornado. I have such a strong bias towards Janna Tornado because, again, I believe Janna Tornado is her strongest ability late game. It can do things that no other enchanters can really do, or to her extent, right? I'll show you guys some examples later. But because the changes are so geared towards the Janna Tornado, perhaps that's why I like the changes so much, because it's, you know, I'm quite biased towards her Tornado. I know a lot of people do not like the changes, like, oh, we don't have the poke anymore from W or whatever, and your laning phase might be weak. I actually won last game in terms of laning phase. Like, I won the laning phase really hard, despite me just maxing shield. So, I'll have to play more games to see like if the max W does hurt Janna a lot. But I know I've heard some people not like the Janna Tornado change, like it's like redundant, or like it doesn't matter, like no one asked for these Janna Tornado changes. And part of me is wondering, do people not see the importance of this Janna Tornado change because they themselves don't actually utilize Janna Tornado to her fullest potential? Because like I said, Janna Tornado is a 1.25 second knockup. Alice's knockup is 1 second, which requires a WQ. Lily's knockup is only like 0.5 second. It's on a pretty long cooldown, or not super long, like comparative to other ultimates, but it's, you know, you're gonna get like one ult a fight generally, and you need a teammate, so you can't like make far picks unless your teammate jumps in, like a Zap or whatever. And number 3, like, it's Sona's ultimate is a 1.5 second stun, but that requires you to flash out. So there are quite a lot of moments where you can make insane picks on Janna. A lot of people have been talking about like how, you know, like Janna is now like a shield bot and very defensive. You can make picks on Janna Tornado. I'm gonna show you videos on my channel, or clips on my channel, where the Janna Tornado, like no other support would have been able to do this unless they like flash. So no other enchantress can do this unless they're flashing in, so Sona flash ult, or if they had a teammate going for them. So I'm going to, some of these will be muted because of the MCA, I don't want to get, you know, copyrighted, so I'll just show you some of these clips. So this one, I played with Hoity. I don't know if this is the MCA, I'm pretty sure, so I muted it just in case. So I'm charging up a Tornado. This was like a late game fight. Bam, double Tornado, bam, kill Desire. Lily would not have been able to do that. Lily cannot do that. Someone might be like, oh, Malphite could have went in, and then Lily could have ulted. No, that could not have happened, because if the Malphite ulted, Desire would ult, and then she would dodge the Malphite ult. Lily would not have done that. The other thing is Sona flash ult, but this is challenger, okay? These are challenger players. These are grandmaster players. They have the reaction time to use Xayah ult or flash away. If they see a Sona flash ult, they would have flashed that. With Janna, people aren't actually expecting a Janna tornado. And especially now with the Janna speed, it's going to be much more faster, so you can make these picks. So it's not just a defensive tool. Janna can make picks. And I won this game because of that. Like, we ended the game and we won it. So, you know, this is just an example of, you know, what you can do with Janna Tornado. This one, this is in laning phase, I believe. Or did I get... Oh, yeah. So this is in laning phase. I stopped the Misfortune ult right then. Like, had I been Lulu, I wouldn't need a teammate to go in. Karma can't stop that, obviously. If I were Sona, I would probably have to flash ult. Not saying that, you know, Janna is better than Lulu or Janna is better than Sona. I am not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that when people say like, oh, the Janna Tornado is not a strong ability, or like I'm saying Janna's Tornado can be used offensively and is one of her strongest late game abilities. Like these are just clips to showcase that example, and you know the other enchantresses can't do that, right? There's another one. You know, Lily would not have been able to do that. Lily would not have been able to do that. Sona probably a flash ult, right? I don't know if Karma would have done anything there. This one. This is a gank, mid lane gank. So some people have been saying like your roaming might not be as good because of your movement speed, which possibly I don't know because I didn't really roam that game, the last game. But, you know, Tornado can set up kills. It's not just a defensive tool. So I killed that Mazaha with my thing. Over here, this is something you could do in lane phase. Tornado, bam, kill. You know, this is not like a max W thing. Like, you know, Tornado here. Bam. Kill. You know, it can be used offensively. And imagine this in late game. Imagine if you get a pick, like in this clip, when I got a really good pick and kill the ADC. Is this the same clip? Oh no, it's not. Bam, tornado.
See, I'm
3-man tornado from out of nowhere.
I have the mind of a mastermind.
Perhaps Lily could have done something similar because we have Fiddlesticks ulti, so maybe she would have done something similar. But Fiddlesticks actually didn't even stand very close to the enemy team, so he only was close to the first person, but the other two were too far away. So you know, there's that. I guess you could say Seraphine ult would be like the only other thing. Like Seraphine ult, if you really want to consider her a support, she could do the same thing. But so then there's this. So I know Lily can stop dashes with her ultimate, obviously, because it's a knockup. But she can only do it once. So in this example, having it being a basic ability, Janna's Tornado, like spammable, makes a difference. So I'll show you this one. I stop the Jack's dash once. I just kite him out. And then I stop it again, and he jumped onto me, and I baited him, and he dies. Now, yes, Lily can knock him up once, and then the next time he jumps, she could polymorph. So yes, she can do that. But the thing is, polymorph is not a displacement. So people can still dash through polymorph or Tristana jump or whatever. The point I'm making with Janna's displacement is spammable. Like this one. Like this clip, I stopped Lee Sin twice. I believe, yeah. So just play that. I didn't stop Lee Sin there. Oh, no, I stopped him once actually, sorry. So I stopped Lee Sin there. I mean, yeah, Lily could have stopped that possibly, but that depends on if you're holding on to your Lily ult for yourself or for whatever in the moment. So that's just one example. That's like a whatever example. There is this example. The knock-up stalled that out quite a bit. Push him back. And then the knock-up stops them, right? So this example is not so much an example of like, oh, Lily could have done that. This is more an example of like, you know, Tornado is a very strong ability, right? It is her strongest late game ability. There's this one. This is more for an in-lane example. Me using in-lane to get picks. So some people saying like, oh, your laning phase isn't strong. Like, yeah, she probably was at that health because I poked her down, possibly. But you can use Tornado like offensively, right? That Tornado, like, Lily would not have been able to do that. Lily can't make picks like that. Sona would not have been able to make a pick like that because it's level 4. You know, she wouldn't have her ultimate. Karma obviously won't be able to do that unless she runs up and snares, but like, I mean, is that really gonna happen? Is another one? Bam. Like, Lily would not have been able to do that. So when people are making these comparisons like, oh, Lily can knock up and all, it's... Yeah, like, Lily can knock up, and yeah, Janna can knock up. But it's different. It's so different, like, the application of it all. And then this last clip, which is pretty much the same thing as what we've seen before. Here we go. Bam. Like, Lily would not have been able to do that. I'm not saying Lily's bad, like, I think she's really strong, obviously. But when people are making the example or, like, comparison that, oh, like, Lily's knockup is better, like, that's not true at all. Like, that's not even a comparison at all. Like, they have such different applications and whatever. So, this is why I have such a strong bias towards the buffs. Like, the buffs, yes, they nerfed W, and a lot of people complaining about it, but they buffed Tornado, and I love Tornado so much, which is probably partly why I actually like the buffs and I think it's strong. And like I said before, at the very beginning, I think people that know how to use Janna Tornado will find that the changes will be very beneficial and to the point possibly even OP, I think. It may or may not change, by the way. My thoughts may or may not change as time goes on. I'm just giving you my reasoning why I love the new changes. So, like, I actually genuinely think, like, really good Janna players can do so much work with this Tornado. Like, picking, making defensive plays, peeling, whatever, right? And perhaps people that aren't so used to making these Tornado players or whatever, they might not see the importance of these Janna Tornado buffs, and which is why, like, they don't think this speed boost on the Tornado means anything. But to me, I see it as, like, this speed boost on Tornado, like, this is insane. That's how I see it, right? Again, I will probably need more games to see if I am very concrete with my opinions on this, or if it would change. Again, I went through the maths. You probably would have seen it in the clip already if I made this into a video. But I already went through the maths, so people that are being like, oh, I missed the 20% CD Janna shield, blah, blah, blah. Like, I already went through it. It's not skillful to spam your abilities. Like, oh, that's the thing. There has never been a time that I thought, like, oh my god, I got my 20% CD shield, like, perfectly to the T. Like, that means I'm skillful. Like, when I think of a skillful Janna, I don't think about, like, this 20% seeding mechanic. But a lot of people have been saying, oh, like, now it feels like Janna doesn't require skill, or Janna doesn't have any skill expression because they removed this mechanic. But it's like, I have never thought of, like, I've never differentiated a good Janna player versus a bad Janna player based on this, like, this 20% thing. Like, I base it around, like, oh, they're good at roaming, they're good at making picks, they know how to use their poking, or they know how to shield properly, they know how to time their abilities correctly, right? I've never thought, like, oh my god, they're, like, reducing their E cooldown so well, like, therefore they're a good Janna player, like, at all. And if you read through my Twitter thing, or if you listen, like, I made the point, like, you want to time your Tornadoes. Like, if you're versing a Zac, if you're versing a Lee Sin or whatever, you want to stop that shit. You're literally punished for throwing out your Tornadoes, because you're literally punished for saving your Tornadoes because you would be having a long shield cooldown, right? If you're someone that is just chucking out your Tornado without any thought, like, you're not actually timing it properly or whatever, I would argue that is a sign of a bad Janna player because you're not timing it properly. Not saying that there are things to time, like, sometimes you might be versing champions that don't have a dash or whatever, right? So I'm not saying, like, all game. But for the most case, it's like, it was never practical. It's not practical to punish a Janna player for holding onto their tornado correctly, and it is not skillful to be spamming it off cooldown, like spamming your tornado and W's off cooldown with like no thought process at all. Like that's not skillful, that's not practical, it was not good, it never was good. So I'm so glad they got rid of this 20% CD thing, which makes me think the people that put such an emphasis on this, we no longer have skill expression on your shield because of the 20% CD thing, like we can no longer be expressing our skill. I feel like the reason why they feel that way is because they don't see the potential of Tornado, because that's actually where the amazing Janna players are. Like they know how to time the tornadoes and the ultimate because it's displacement CC. That is where the really good Janna players like differentiate themselves. But if they don't see that, like the people are like, oh, we must get this 20% CD thing, then it makes me think, oh, like it makes sense that they don't like these Janna changes because they don't see the importance of these Janna buffs on the tornado. All they see are nerfs on W and nerfs on shield, or nerfs in their eyes on the shield. I think it's a buff on the shield. But all they think, or what they focus on, is on the W and E, and they kind of neglect the tornado. Or they focus on the nerfs and the passive move speed and all. So, you know, I just feel like if people can utilize Janna Tornado a lot more effectively, or efficiently, sorry, they would probably have a different outlook on the Janna changes. So I want to get to more games to test out my theories more and all, but like, although we lost last game, again, I talked over about like that game, like I don't think like the old Janna would have changed all that. In fact, I think the new Janna like helped a lot in that game. So despite me losing that, like I still very much like the changes. I still think these Janna changes are really strong. And also I have to add, I want to say this, and I probably might even like put it at the start of the video, like even if these changes do happen to be bad, like let's just say that Janna goes to live service and she ends up getting like a 45% win rate and she's horrible. Or vice versa, she has a 55% win rate and she's super OP. Like, Riot does a good job at like, as a game company in general, they do a good job at changing things and balancing or whatever. So even if Janna had a 55% win rate is OP or 45% win rate is horrible and dog shit, they would change Janna in a way and balance her out and give her buffs / nerfs accordingly to the point where she would be okay. So like people that are complaining now and being like, oh my god, the Janna changes are bad, like Riot will change it eventually anyway. Like, give it 2 weeks, 4 weeks or whatever. Like Riot will buff Janna if she's weak or nerf her if she's strong to the point where it's fine to play her. So even if you are having complaints or you really love changes or whatever, like just know that Riot will change it anyways, right? Like it won't be shit forever. It won't be like OP forever, right? So that's something I wanna stress. Like, girl, you guys need to like calm down and like be patient. Like honestly, okay? Give it some time. His cock don't need to start for them to remove. Okay, that is something I will agree on. I absolutely hate the shield decay and I wish they would just get rid of it. I'm glad that they made it like 1.25 seconds on the shield decay instead of 0.75. The reason why I absolutely do not like this shield decay is because they added in the shield decay, so Riot added it in because they wanted to give Janna players like more skill expression, like you have to time your shield. Because everyone complained about Janna is a shield bot, like no brain, no skill, press E, you win the game. So Riot was like, oh, for us to make good Janna players, we want to make it so you have to time it, you can't just like spam it nilly-willy. By the way, back then, Janna, like season 2, season 3, 4, Janna's shield was 5 seconds. Okay, Janna's shield was 5 seconds, no decay. That was quite a lot for the other shielders as well. 5 seconds, amazing, love that. But like, even with this implemented like decay shield, like I still get caught boosted Janna player, no skill. Like it's so, like what was the point? Like I still get caught boosted. People don't think Janna takes skill. Like just give us back the non-decay. Like literally the community does not give a shit, right? Like in general, like just give us back the non-decay. Like it doesn't change the mindset. Like no one says, like no Z player or Yasuo players like, oh my god, you really timed that shield so correctly because of decay. Like, well done, you are so good on Janna. Like, no one, literally no one has ever said that and will say that. So, just get rid of the decay. It's so stupid. Like, it literally makes no sense. I hate it. So, I will agree, I do not like the decay. I've never liked the decay. It makes no sense at all. Like, you know, like the Chase Shaco thing, like my funny Chase Shaco clip I had. Like, I was complaining about, like, Shaco plays, and I made a joke about, like, oh my god, like, Shaco players eat rocks for breakfast, and Chase Shaco, you're cancelled, or whatever. In the comment section, the thing, because Chase Shaco put on his Twitter, in the comment section, I had these, like, comments, people being like, lol, of course it would be a Janna ego player being no skill. And I clapped back, I showed them screenshots of me being Grandmaster on my Soraka account, and my Grandmaster Thresh account. So 2 accounts in Grandmaster, 1 Soraka, 1 Thresh. So to prove that I'm not just a Janna player, I can get Grandmaster with Thresh. So I clap back on them with that, you know? Because I do know that Janna does take skill, and I have the skill to play on other champions, right? So I clap back. But like, it just goes to show, like, literally no one in the community is like, oh my god, shield decay, wow, like good Janna players will have to time their shield properly, and that means she takes skill, and I respect Janna players. Like, literally no one thinks that. Like, just get rid of this shield decay. It never was good, it never will be good. Like, get rid of it. Like, honestly, I hate it. So, yeah, that is something I'll agree on. Janna is the most difficult enchantress I feel. Yeah, I do think so as well. I don't know if Apdo still holds these thoughts, but it's not like Janna has changed all that much, so I can't possibly see his thoughts changing. So for anyone who doesn't know, Apdo is literally the best player in the world in terms of solo queue. Apdo has made probably millions of dollars at this point, or at least $100,000 worth of boosting and all. He's been banned, he's very notorious. Every high rank player or every person that like cares about like skill knows about Apdo. He's so infamous. He is very well known. He is very well respected. He's one of the best, if not the best solo queue player. He's a legend, right? So he always gets ranked 1 on Korea servers. So he made some thoughts in, I think this is season 9, I'm actually not too sure which season. However, he has said, oh, so true. These are his thoughts on one of the seasons, I can't remember. Soraka mains claims that she takes skill because you have to land your Starfall and stunt are delusional. Every champion has a skill shot, so he doesn't think Soraka takes too much skill. I somewhat agree with this. I do think she's very forgiving. But he says, Janna is a good champion to get carried on, but also takes a good amount of skill. This I also agree on. I do think Janna, well, maybe it's more so back then. I don't agree now in the current meta. Don't know if these new changes will make it so. But back then, as of like when he wrote this, Janna was a good champion to get carried on in the sense that you don't actually have to play Janna perfectly. You could get away with playing Janna, like being mediocre at Janna. Like, it was okay to be mediocre at Janna and still do well and get carried. But there is a huge difference between a good, amazing Janna versus a mediocre Janna. Like, there is a huge skill expression or difference. And good Janna players know how to use the tornadoes, know how to time their ult, blah 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 blah, or roam and all that stuff. Like, so even Apdo, who is like one of the best solo queue players, knows that Janna can take a good amount of skill, and I agree with him. So I guess another example would be like Samira. You know, when Samira first came out, she was so broken. Like, of course, Samira was fast, she required mechanical skill to get the combos, and you could destroy people with like Korean freaking mechanics. But the thing about Samira was that she was so OP that a freaking monkey could play Samira. Like, my grandma could probably spam the keyboard and kill everyone in Samira. Like, that was how strong she was. You didn't have to be good at Samira. You could be bad at Samira or mediocre at Samira, but the character was so strong that it carried itself, right? So that's a difference. It's like,
Thank you for your lessons, Miss Luna.
you can be an insane Samira Korean god that like mechanics the house, but you didn't have to. You didn't have to be that. You could be bad at like the game, and Samira would still win and be strong and get carried because she's such a strong character. So that's the example I like to make with this Janna. Like, yes, you can be good at Janna, and it does take a good amount of skill to be amazingly good at Janna. But you didn't have to be, is the point that Apdo was making, and I also agree. They're very unrelated, by the way, to this Janna like update.
See ya.
Okay, finally we get into game 2. I actually don't like versing Yumi as Janna. So this, even with the old Janna, like I felt like Yumi destroys Janna. So even if you were to go max W on Janna and like poke a Yumi out like with before these changes, the problem was that you could never outpoke Yumi, and this goes for versing Lulus and all that, or Soraka. You could never outpoke Soraka, Yumi, Lulu in laning phase. Like your W is not strong enough, and they could always outtrade you with their healing and and whatnot. So like you have like a level 1 shield, and like they do more damage than you, and they shield more than you, and side shield more than you. So I could never actually beat a Yumi or Lulu or whatever, even with like a max W Janna. And then eventually their late game is stronger. I used to think Janna's late game was like extremely strong, like she was like one of the best scalers, but for some reason, I don't know why season 12 or season 11 or whatever, like things just changed. Things were so weird, like I just didn't really feel like her late game was that strong, or as strong as I thought it was meant to be. So like I didn't win against early game against Lulu and all these other sissy enchantresses, and I didn't win late game, nor did I really win mid game, honestly. So also like if you're versing a Yumi or whatever, like Janna is always like shit against them, honestly. The only thing I felt like would only help, like for you to win into Janna versus them, is to roam around the map all the time. Like just outroam the Yumi and hope to god that you can like win the game through like jungle, mid, top lane or whatever. So maybe that's something I'll have to try. People have been voicing their opinions thinking like the roaming of Janna is like not as strong anymore because of the passive move speed nerf. I have not tried roaming, so maybe I'll try roaming this game to see. Also with the max shield now, like with these Janna changes, I think our late game is stronger and our early game is fine because Janna can now max shield now and she can just kind of survive laning phase. So the laning phase is like whatever you say, even with Lulu. Like this is a prediction, I don't know if this is like actually the case. You can just like stay even with Yumi and Lulu's and all that, and then late game you can like be relevant late game. Also, by the way, can you guys remind me to buy Corrupting Potion? I need Corrupting Potion. I forgot last time. Also, I'm not really poking them properly with my ping and talking. So, like I'm getting outpoked. Like, this is what I mean. I'm getting outpoked by Yumi and thing. I have to poke them out for like the 20 gold. So, again, I'm not really doing my poking correctly. Oh, so true. So, like, I shouldn't be doing this like 1v2 thing because like serious farming, but I need my 20 gold. That's all my pots. So hopefully when I get like max shield, like it could help with this. So at the moment, like this is no different from normal thing. Like, you know, like I don't remember the numbers. I can't remember the numbers on my W nerf. Like at the moment, it's like, you know, 83 damage right now. I don't know what it was before the nerfs. But like, this is no different from like the... Oh my god, I love that my Janna Tornado is like really fast, like that. Like, I always had a hard time like using my Janna Tornado like in front of the face like that, by the way. So I'm very, very happy with like the Janna speed boost, like it's actually so good. But yeah, this is nothing new. Like, I've always had trouble with Yumi as a Janna player. So... I fucked up the timing. I guess I have to get used to like the speed on the I have to get used to like the speed. I could have shot a Samira there because I knew he was gonna snare, but I wasn't too sure if he would just like... Yeah, so we're like missing out on this. Right now, okay, nice. I should probably just walk in a straight line. I think her kid killed me. And I have more movement speed than her. 1-for-1 trade, whatever. It is what it is. Yumi got the kill, I got the kill, so the 80 carries are thing. So it is what it is. Our wave is not good. It's pushing into them, so we kind of lose out on the wave there. Okay, corrupting potion, corrupting potion, corrupting potion. And then because I'm versing a Yumi, I'm gonna get Apdo. So Bandle Glass against poke lanes, Kindle Gem against more aggressive lanes where you want to survive rather than try to kill them. Okay, we got corrupting potion. Thank God. Makeup looks so good on me. Thank you. Where did you get it? Which part? My eyes or? You do a full charge later at spawn so we can see. I'll do it in lane. I was actually thinking, so people were saying like, you know, Janna's laning phase would be weak because now you like, your max W is horrible. I've been wanting to, I didn't do it against the Nautilus because I'm not wasting my thing on Nautilus, but I wanted to see if maybe like a tornado like this is good poke. Fuck, I didn't type it properly. Like, could we just like randomly use tornado in lane? Like, I mean, that's what you meant to do in Janna, like, to begin with. But I wonder now if it's even better. Like, if they're like here and I just tornado now. But Gray's in the red, so... like that. Like, kind of rinse and repeat. Like, I wonder if this is Janna's new playstyle. Like, yeah, you don't really poke in the sense like you W them anymore, but like you can still get these tornadoes and like do like, or in and out. Like, this is what I am thinking is the new Janna playstyle. Like, you kind of did this before, but like now it's even better. And now that, because you're maxing shield. I don't know why she did that. I don't know why Yumi did that. But like, now that you're maxing shield, like your AD carry can like jump in. Like if you get the tornado like now you can like jump in. Maybe I can... I don't know why that Yumi did that. That was so weird. Very weird of Yumi. I'm not gonna really say that my laning phase feels like insanely strong or insanely weak. At this moment, I'm not too sure. Like, yes, I beat the Yumi, but in this moment, I'm not gonna say like, oh my god, Janna's so strong. Like, she just inted, like she was bad. Like, that's not me being like good. Like, that was just Yumi being fucking bad. Oh wait. Oh, so true. She didn't need a flash for that, because Dragon. We win. Dragon was gonna kill this ad. Thank God for corrupting potion, Jesus Christ. Thank God. I don't even think that fight, like that showcased anything. Like, I feel like old Janna could do the same thing as well. So the difference is I'm maxing shield now rather than maxing W. But like, the Janna Tornado speed boost didn't do anything. So in that fight, like, I'm not gonna say like, oh my god, Janna Tornado is so good. Like, that was like, whatever. Like, literally old Janna could do the same thing. And... so the difference is like, is maxing shield better? Maxing W? Like, if I max W, would I have done the same thing? Honestly, I don't know, because like max W, I would have done more damage, whereas max shield, I kind of kept my team alive a bit more. And maybe that extra survivability in Samira like got us extra damage as well. So that fight, I'm not too sure. Like old Janna versus new Janna, it seems the same to me. So for now, it seems the same. I'm not gonna attribute that win to like, oh my god, Janna's so strong. Like that was whatever. So, you know, if anyone's thinking like, oh, last game on Nautilus you lost, like, or versus Nautilus you lost, like you're just in denial, Janna's bad. Like, it's not that I'm in denial, like I'm trying to be as objective as possible, right? Like, I don't think I lost that Nautilus game because Janna's bad. And I still think Janna's good. And despite my bias towards being like, I love Janna, like, I'm gonna be very objective. I don't think that fight had anything to do with Janna. Like, buff, sorry. Right, so I'm definitely being very fair and objective, as objective as possible. How's he level 6 and we're not? Like, I'm level 6, but how's this Samira not level 6? I mean, I guess she died. The travel speed on Q is extremely fast. Like, I don't think people have a chance. You're not level 6, girl! I can imagine this with Glacial would be strong. Oh! I don't have Ignite. If we were level 6, like, she'd be dead. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. no matter what, okay, like, it doesn't matter if it was old Janna. Old Janna would not have helped the flop Samira, okay? So do not be like, oh my god, Janna's so bad, see the changes. Like, that was not Janna. Like, that was perfect. Like, I couldn't have played that any more perfectly. That was Samira flopping, okay? So that has nothing to do with Janna, okay? I want to make that very clear. That has absolutely nothing to do with Janna changes. That was Samira flopping.
Stops our floors for low visibility locations.
Like, hello? Like, what was that? Not the flash in to, like, use her Q on the minion. Hello? Get exhausted and flop. Like, hello?
Let's take a look at the mini-map.
Are they... Please don't surrender. This is a pretty good game, honestly. In the sense, like, I feel like this is a very fair game for me to use for my game for my video, so I don't want to surrender this. I actually quite like this. I was meant to try Rome, wasn't I? Yumi's in mid lane, she's roaming. I actually was meant to try Rome. So I don't know if the movement speed is worse for roaming. I actually haven't seen the numbers. I mean, I still feel quite fast, but I don't know if I would be at 440 or whatever. I actually should be in mid lane by now. I shouldn't have been killing that trying. I thought he would run, but he didn't. Weird. Is this Yumi actually staying? Like, what? A tornado, but still not enough to kill. I wonder if I had max W then, would that have killed? I mean, I'm not too sure. Cause like my shield definitely did help the Silas damage. Cause like Silas is pretty low himself. Your water. That's fucking true, what the fuck? What? Okay, true. Oh, I actually could've killed that Yumi. I should've ulted. She was behind me. I could've ulted her. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Oh, why did I... Oh. Oh, that's why I ulted. I don't know what this... Like, can we kill him? Like, hello? I'll tank it. Oh, I could've killed her! I thought my team had it! I could've killed her! Also my ping. Oh my god, I fucking could've killed her. I thought my team had it. I had too much hope in them. Okay, so in that moment, I do think had I had my ult damage, probably could've killed Yumi. Because we lost out on the passive where we get extra damage on a passive. So in that moment, I do think had I been maxing W and all, we could've killed. You know, if I was maxing shield, if I was maxing W, would I have lived? Because that Zed did jump on me and I did survive him because he jumped on me with my max shield. So, you know, would I have died if I maxed W? Don't know. I think I might have, not too sure. I need anti-heal. But yeah, they definitely would have died. So in that moment, I would say, you know, the damage, the lower damage is not great for us. I think I need to help this Lilia. They're gonna move up possibly. Yeah. Yeah. Calm down. I'll just take that, whatever. I'm that bitch. Are we gonna get a Nara? No, she had flash the whole entire time and didn't take Rift Herald. Like, hello. I thought she was just giving up the Rift Herald.
What a scoop!
Nah, could have helped us. He was literally recalling in top lane. Hello. He really said fuck you all. I mean, oh, Oh, what the hell? Oh.
Every 6 minutes today.
I've actually never really seen people use like portals properly. Like, is that a thing? Like, you use your portals to like you go into counter invade and then you use the portal to get out. I wonder. I actually don't know if this is the moment to use the rift tower, but you know, fuck it.
Sporadic thanks.
Team has destroyed.
Let me go up there.
Yas Queen, Skinny Legend, Versace Boots, the house down. Slay Queen, Hunting Mama, and a good daddy work. Charlie XCS, snatch my whip.
Yeah, so the tornado, the speed boost on tornado is, I love, like, I think it's insane. Think what it says, Danatal? Like, I think the speed boost on tornado is insane. Oh, that would have hit him if he didn't dash away.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed.
Thankfully we did pretty well in like, oh, what the hell? What the shit?
Yas Queen, Skinny Legend, Versace Boots, the house
Oh,
down. Slay Queen, Hunting
not
Mama,
my-
and a good daddy
at
work.
my
Charlie
ping.
XCS, snatch my whip.
Maybe I can
You
kill them
better
here.
tornado these Sudas.
Tornado onto the Uni. I can't ult that because too far. This is not a, this tornado won't land. Ooh, if I position that better.
We're looking at
Okay.
100% chance.
Like, you just kind of have to chuck up tornadoes like this and hope to God they land, and I think this will land. Oh my god, she could have killed them. Like, I really, really like these tornadoes. Samira auto attack the minion, which is unfortunate, whatever. Shield fire. Like, imagine this in like Challenger or whatever, like you're just like getting tornadoes here and there. What the fuck, bitch? Like, what the fuck you want? If I tornadoed downwards instead of like the other way around. Dead. Why did I want to surrender? Like, fuck off, bitch. Like, hello. So if I tornadoed like downwards instead of upwards, because I was expecting him to ult me, and when he ulted me, my tornado would hit him. I actually don't trust my team, I want to say. I think for the split up, I actually do not trust my team, I'm gonna say.
Hard.
I think Grace could possibly ult. Yeah, these tornadoes are insane. Like, I feel like this would be so strong late game. Like, you could get so many good picks. It's literally Alistar. Like, imagine if you're a summoner and you could summon Alistar at will. Right? It's a 1.25 second knockout. Like, kill her. Like, she would be dead in a high rank game. She would be dead. She doesn't have a dash. She would be dead. Well, if you would land your abilities. Like, Alistar's knockout is a 1 second. His Q is 1 second knockout. Janna is a 1.25 if you max charge it. Like, it's insane. That would hit. I'm pretty rich. I need to go back. Oh, that won't hit. Oh, the ping is so weird. He's dead. Like, that's the power of Janna Tornado, okay? That's the power of Janna Tornado. Right? Like, it's not just a defensive tool. It can be used and should be used as an offensive tool as well. Like, would the old Janna Tornado have done that with the speed boost? I'm not too sure. Possibly. Like, maybe I would have landed it. But this, you cannot deny. You cannot deny that the speed boost is actually pretty insane. I don't have any mana. Nice. You cannot deny that the speed boost on Tornado is insanely valuable. It's not just a defensive tool. You can use it offensively. Imagine this in late game fight where you get a pick off and then you get like a dragon or whatever. Which I need to go back. I'm literally 0 mana. Like, hello? I need to get back for awards and stuff. Okay, we are fighting dragon, maybe.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
So fucking true. Bitches die when I'm not there. Like, hello. As soon as I'm not there, my team flops. Goes to show that I'm carrying this team. Oh, he's 2, 8, and 8. I didn't even realize. Floppery.
Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
In terms of speed, like the W nerf, oh, sorry, they buffed the W passive movement speed, but they nerfed your passive in a sense like you have to be moving towards an ally to get speed boost, whereas before you could get 8% movement speed from your passive all around. So you actually get more movement speed if you're walking towards a teammate, but if in general, like if you're not with around a teammate, like you actually are slower. Do I know? Oh my god, like she should be dead, my love. She should be dead. I don't know if I feel too much of a difference in the sense like before, like if I had more movement speed not around the team, I don't know if that makes too much of a difference. Like I haven't felt like, oh, I'm too slow, like I died here because I was not fast enough or whatever. Like I haven't really felt that. I'm just gonna keep doing these tornadoes. Get that bloody turret. If I landed my tornado properly. Oh. No, I didn't. Oh, close. Oh, that landed. Where's our Lilia, huh? Where's our Lilia? I love the big shield. Tornado, insane. Well, I shouldn't have ignited. Oopsie, the dashing. Like, I don't think I would have landed a tornado if it was the old speed boost. Like, the old speed, sorry, not speed boost. The old speed. I guess we can't do too much about these tornadoes at the moment because it's on the turret. But I wouldn't have landed these tornadoes had it not been for the old speed. Like, it was insanely slow. Like, let's be real. The old Janna tornado was insanely freaking slow. Like, bitch, my grandma could move faster. I think I would have some random bitches. Like, oh. I don't think the old Janna tornado would have thing. Why is he paying? Like, intel. Let's get this blue, I guess.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
I feel like we should be able to kill him. Oh, so true. Oh. Come to us, bitch. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. I don't know why I've tried so hard to save him. He's like 2 and 9. Oh, it works out, it works out. Think of 2 for 4. It works out. I tried to, like, the way he was running away from us instead of towards us. It's hilarious. What am I buying? I have anti-heal. I need probably redemption to survive the Z damage. Redemption? So I do miss max shield. Like, I feel like max shield is definitely when it's much more better. Like at this point, because it's like mid to the late game, you would only have 3 points in W. Like that's how the old Janna is, right? So I would have 3 points into W and then max shield. That was it. That was the old Janna changes. You wouldn't go 5 points into W. So this is when the shield is like the same, right? So in that specific fight, I don't think my tornado did much because it didn't land the first time. Like when I flashed in and thing, it didn't help. And I didn't land the second tornado because he ulted me. So I won't say the tornado did anything. The shielding that's the same as the old Janna, so I'm not gonna attribute like, oh my god, I did so well, like because of Janna changes. Like old Janna would have done the same thing. I don't think you could really say like move speed played a part in that. Like I don't think move speed like made me not win or survive or blah blah blah. So in that fight, I can't really tell if the changes did anything. I just feel like it was very like whatever in that fight. Just me trying to be objective. Dragon is up soon. Can you guys hear that my voice is like getting a bit raspy with all this talking? I think I will say, like, this goes back to how I said, like, I don't think Janna, the new Janna, will be too good in lower ranks, or as good in lower ranks, but it'll be much more better in higher ranks. My reasoning was that because, like, Janna players in lower ranks don't know how to use their tornadoes as well as higher rank. But to expand on that, I also don't think lower ranks know how to commit, and they don't know how to follow up. So even if you did land a good tornado, I don't think lower ranks know how to follow up on a good Janna tornado. Where, because we have now such an emphasis on Janna tornado, because like you can't poke in lane, so, or you can't poke with your W, you kind of just max shield, you are in a way a bit more reliant on your team, I do think. So I will say that, like, if you have frustration, like, oh, like, I'm in platinum or I'm gold and I hate my teammates, they all shit, like, I'm blah 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 blah, like, I would probably somewhat agree. I knew he was gonna dash over. I would probably agree with that. But you do seem a bit reliant. Oh wow. I think Samira carried that. I don't think it did anything really. I did some healing, I did some shielding, but I don't actually know if you could really say like I... Oh, she has her sleep again. This Na has literally been playing Stardew Valley in top lane. Like, he literally has not moved from top lane. He's just been farming. Like, how's the Stardew Valley life up here? Farming simulator? Like, hello? He's playing the new League of Legends MLPG coming in 2023. Have you guys noticed, like, on me playing 220 ping PP, like, my tornado lands, and then there's like a slight delay before the enemy team gets knocked up, so sometimes I don't even know that they're getting knocked up, but they actually do, because, like, there's a slight delay. Have you guys noticed that? Like, there's a bit of a delay. I was gonna say I'm max build, but I have my corrupting potion. I'm gonna stick with my corrupting potion just for now. I don't have anything important to buy. I probably would have sold my corrupting potion if I had enough for Forbidden Idol or something. I think I will get Ardent's. I think I'll get Staff of Flowing Water because my carry is actually Lilia. Ardent Sensor is good for top lane, like Na and Samira, but I think Lilia is a carry now. Proc is Bubble. They can't catch Lilia, Lilia's too fast. Oh. Like, the way we don't have Na ever, like, the way... I feel like this has been a 4v5. Get him! Oh no, man. Okay. Hello, like, the way Na is in their base. He's dead. Well, Nara's ending the game. He's just right there ending the game. I actually should have flashed over the wall to slow the Graves. That's what I should have done, like flash over this wall. I think we could have caught up. Oh, hello. Let me go help him. Oh, GG. Game's done. So in this game, I think I will use this game in my video. I think I did a really good job to showcase tornadoes, like how tornadoes can be really good at picking. I did say, and I still believe this, I'm not too sure. Thank you for the sub, Ivan. In some of the fights, like, some fights I just won not because of Janna buffs or changes, sorry. Like, some fights I just won because like the enemy team was bad, or like old Janna would achieve the same thing. Like for example, when Yumi face checked laning phase and like she just died randomly in lane, like that was nothing to do with Janna. Or you know when my Samira dived in, I got my tornado, she flashed in and she died, like that was nothing to do with Janna. Some of the fights in mid lane where like, you know, I missed my Janna tornado and you know I did all I could, but like old Janna would have done the same thing. So you know, I did a good job showcasing tornadoes, like the power of tornado. I will still be on the fence. So like, did the changes, did the buffs like make her stronger or weaker? I'm still, you know, that's still, I will need more testing. I genuinely do think they are stronger. I love the Janna tornado buffs. Like I cannot stop repeating that, right? I love the Janna tornadoes, but in this game, I'm gonna be objective. I don't know. Like I think old Janna probably could have, apart from the tornado speed, like it could have achieved somewhat similar in terms of like some of the fights. So there's that. I'll play more Janna games though. So Janna Thresh is actually a skill matchup. Oh, this is ADC Kindred. Interesting. Thresh can beat Janna early game if the Thresh is good. Janna can shit on Thresh after that. If you don't lose laning phase, you will shit on Thresh. With the new max shield now, so before the changes to Janna, like back then when Janna max shield and now before she max W, before this change to max W, like both ways, Janna shit on Thresh. Like if you max shield, Thresh does no damage and you know you can survive. Did my Kalista literally just do one auto attack? And then before this change, like Janna could go 3 points into W and outpoke the Thresh. Like Thresh goes up 4 hooks and he misses it, you poke him down, or you play around your minions because you can move in between minions with your W. You move through minions, so you can weave in and out, and you're pretty fast, so your movement speed helps with dodging. So she was oh.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
I think he has hook, yeah. Oh. The Kindred didn't heal. Anyways,
Dragons every 6 minutes today.
what was I saying? You could like just outpoke him. So either way, you won. I'm gonna get Tornado into Thresh. So again, Tornado into aggressive lanes, shield into poke. Now they flop. I kind of dislike these type of games where like I'm trying to showcase like objectively like what's good and bad, but if they're like flopping like that, like I already have an inherent advantage in lane, so it's very difficult for me to be like, oh, like I can tell like the buffs did anything or whatever. Like as far as I'm concerned, they're playing one Kindred ADC, or I guess I have Kalista will flop, but they flop laning phase, so it's like, well, if I win laning phase, it probably was attributed because of their flop at the start, so it's gonna be very difficult for me to tell if like laning phase like it did much like changes. But also I've noticed like the people that do not like the changes, like, oh, I don't want to be a shield, blah blah blah. I played Janna back then in season 2, right? I played Janna back in season 2. She was actually originally a max shield girl. The reason why we had 3 points into W or max W afterwards was because Janna should had like 10 nerfs. Like I'm not even joking, she literally got 10 nerfs, right? I'll actually go through the history now. But yeah, so we had so many nerfs to the point like it was no longer viable to max shield. But now that we are maxing shield again, like I actually low-key missed it. Like I'm actually pretty happy because I missed max shield. Also, this Thresh is a flop. Maybe I can tornado her? Nah, she's using a potion. I got that. Any go for me. So, Janna's shield back. But by the way, if you're ever wondering what nerfs have happened, you can literally Google Wikipedia, like League of Legends, Janna Wikipedia, or whatever. And if you scroll down all the way to the bottom, there will be like the patch notes, and you can see the history and like the nerfs and all. So you can see what things were before they got changed. So, Janna's shield used to last 5 seconds. She gave 50 AD. She Even if you destroyed the shield, the 50 AD still persisted for the full 5-second duration. So even if they pop the shield, you get your AD carry gets 5-second AD buff. Or 5 seconds still. And if you had enough cooldown, you would have like a 6-second shield or whatever. So you could give your AD carry like 50 AD like permanently, pretty much, or semi-permanently. They made it so, one, they nerfed the value, so shield is not as strong. That's one nerf. They nerfed it to the cooldown. The cooldown was much longer because it used to be just 10 seconds, and now it's like this like 18-second bullshit. I've done the math, by the way, the 20% CD cooldown reduction. If you've been like, oh, but the AMS-E 20% CD mechanic. No, it was horrible. I did the math, go check my Twitter. They made it so if they pop the shield, you do not get the... Well, they made it to 50 to 40 AD max, so, you know, 50 AD to 40 AD. They made it so if you pop the shield... Where are we going, girl? If they pop the shield, you no longer get the AD buff, so, you know, if you're getting nuked by something, your AD carry does not get the shield anymore, or the AD buff anymore. They made it decay, so it doesn't last 5 seconds. So many nerfs, like, so many nerfs, which is why we don't max shield anymore. But back then we didn't max shield, because it was actually pretty strong. Bam! But, I mean, that's pretty decent poke, like, you know. Would I have landed that with the old Tornado? Not too sure. I think with the new emphasis on, with the new Janna emphasis on Tornado, your poking doesn't come in the form of like, let me press W and like whatever. Oh, I landed that. Oh. I don't know, I should flash. 2-4-2. What are you doing, girl? Why are you running back into him? Oh my god. I was in the middle of a sentence. Oh my god, not auto-attacking a minion, girlie, what's going on? What in the flop category, girl? So rather than like the 3 points into W, like poking your enemy team with W, your poke comes in the form of like landing Qs. When you land a tornado, then you poke them and you walk out. Very rinse and repeat. And to be quite honest, I really like this playstyle. I think some people were saying like there isn't any skill expression with Janna anymore. I would argue Janna takes even more skill now because you're so reliant on landing tornadoes to get the poke off. If you're not landing tornadoes, you will be like very like sit back and press shield. So I would argue that she actually takes more skill. You have to land your tornadoes if you really want to like pressure them hard. There's nothing wrong with standing back and being a shield bar if that's how you want to play. Sometimes you might have to, because if I was versing Nautilus, I wouldn't be doing this, because I need to save my tornado for when he goes in. But against a Thresh, because he's slower, like I can dodge his hook. Nautilus is on the very... oh my god, girl. Not her missing that. No, Nautilus is on the more easier, like, big hitbox. Thresh is slow, so like I can get away with like throwing out tornado. If I was versing Leona, I would not be checking out tornadoes like this. I would be saving my tornadoes to stop her Zenith lane. So yeah, I would argue that I think Janna tornadoes, or the new Janna requires more skill. Oh, I was gonna be like, if that fucking hits me, I'm dead. I do wonder if like getting more points into Q could help. Maybe that would be something I'll have to try once he comes down to live service. Like I do think he's a max shield. I don't think he max W and I don't think he max Q, but I am kind of interested. What if he went 3 points into Q? I am kind of interested. I won't try it like now, but I am. That's something I'm interested in. I'm kind of surprised I'm not running out of mana, despite me like checking my tornadoes like so like whatever. We should win that. Oh, I should have all-in that more. I didn't expect my killers to do so much damage. He's a jungler Lee Sin. Lee Sin's not a problem. Well, it should not really be a problem if I can play correctly. Zed is in the mid lane. He's not coming down. Oh! Kill her! See, Tornado, we love that. We love Tornado doing that. I mean, Serena probably could have ulted that and like done the same thing. I'm Kiwi.
Wait, are we rolling?
Oh, pressure. Oh, no. I'm just gonna do this. Where's the Zed? He was just poking his mid lane.
Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Oh, so true. They can't kill me. They don't have to. Like, I do, like, that's also part of the reason why I kind of miss Max Shield, is like, I feel a lot safer with Max Shield. I feel a lot safer with Max Shield. Like, don't get me wrong, I definitely prefer that, like, I wish they would have given us 8 seconds on our shield, like a max rank, because it's 9. Karma and Lily's 8 second shield, but this shield cooldown is so much more better. I've done the math, check out my Twitter. It is so much more better than, like, the old, like, 20% CD on your tornado, or on your shield for landing a tornado and W, and oh, like, it's so, that was such a stupid mechanic. I'm so happy they got rid of it. So yeah, we are winning this lane. It's kind of difficult for me to tell, like, if I'm winning because, like, of the buffs versus am I winning, or changes should I say. It's kind of hard for me to tell if I'm winning because of the changes or if this thresh is a flop, because he kind of just like died at the start. So once I get Moonstone, it gets over for these bitches. Like, they actually cannot do anything once they get Moonstone. It's impossible for them to win. Is this not a buff? No. No, I think it's a buff. Everyone else, like every other Janna player, thinks it's a nerf. I think it's a buff. But I'm using the word changes rather than the words buff because, like, my opinions may or may not change. Like, I might end up being like, you know what, actually I changed my mind. Like, these are fucking shit. Like, I don't like this and this is a nerf. I'm very, very open to having my mind change. But I'm only gonna have my mind change if I actually see it for myself and be like, you know what, I genuinely feel like the Janna changes are not good. Right now, I think they are. Like, I genuinely think they're good. Like, I really like these Janna changes. Thank you for this, Alfred. So, you know, like, you know, it's not me being in denial or anything. Like, I just genuinely think these are really good. I do not have a problem with these changes. I very much love. What the fuck is this? Like, okay, yeah. See, it's hard for me to tell. Like, is this thresh just bad, or am I doing well, and is the Janna changes good? Like, I need more games. This is why, like, whenever I'm testing something, even if I'm testing like new Karma build, new Nami build, new Soraka build, like, you guys don't even know how many games. I literally play like 30 games of normals, like new Soraka build or new Karma build. Like, I play it like 30 times. Like, it's not just like 5 games and done or 1 game and done. Like, I actually try things out for a lot of games, and it's the same thing with this. I'm gonna have to try this out like within multiple games to see if I am concrete with how I feel or if things change. I feel like people just give like 1 game and call it a day. Like, that's just... How can you possibly tell anything? Like, how can you possibly tell like if something is good or whatever, like after like 1 game? You know, there's different skill levels, you know, you're versing a flop thresh or whatever, and there's different matchups and all that. It's different scenarios. Like, how can you tell after like 1 game?
Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Anyways, let's see if I can get a tornado here. What? What? How did that not hit? How did that not hit? How did that not hit? I swear to God that should have hit. I swear to God. That should have freaking hit. That, I swear to God. I haven't tried roaming yet still, honestly, because I guess I've just been so focused into laning phase, and I guess maybe if I wasn't streaming and I wasn't like, and I was actually paying attention and I wasn't talking a lot, maybe I would be roaming, because it's very, very, very difficult to be talking at the same time and play optimally. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but it's really freaking difficult to be talking and playing properly, okay? It's very fucking difficult. So give me a fucking break. Oh. I'm not going in like that. Very true. We can kill them, but we just need a tornado. If Kalista landed that. Bitches, can you like push the wave? Mama. Can someone remind to buy corrupting potion? I need corrupting potion. I need corrupting potion. I keep forgetting. See, like, I'm talking so much that I honestly forget to buy corrupting potion. Because, like, when you're talking about, like, oh, like, this is the gameplay and this is the buff and blah blah blah, it's really difficult to think, like, have any foresight. Like, when I'm playing a game normally and I'm actually playing try hard, like, I think about, okay, like, what am I building? What is the future of this game? Like, how do I play this lane? Blah blah blah. But, like, if I am talking and talking, like, I don't think about, like, how am I meant to play this lane? Like, where am I meant to go? Where am I best positioned? Like, oh, my jungler is here, let me go here, blah blah blah. Like, I don't... It's really difficult to think about all that stuff when you're just talking. So, for those bitches that are like, oh, you didn't play it perfectly here, you're so bad at Lux, or you're so bad at Lissandra, or Zara, blah blah blah, you didn't play it perfectly. Like, girl, give me a fucking break. It's really difficult to talk and play. That TP. I do not like this color of TP, like it's so yellow, like that's so ugly. Like this yellow versus purple, like what? The TP, unleash TP. What did they change with TP? Like apparently it's weaker? Let me go to mid lane.
Are we rolling?
I don't know where it's towards. I don't want to face check and it'll be like I don't want to face check that. Because Zed might fuck me up. I'll make that guy. I kinda flopped. I flopped that tornado. I was kind of expecting him to like walk back further sooner, but like he was just not walking back. He just kept on running into me. And for some reason, I let the tornado go a little early. Not too sure if I would have landed it regardless, even if I held it up, but I flopped that tornado. You cannot TP to minions and ward until 40 minutes. Oh, love that! So I don't have to be afraid of like top laners coming to bot lane. Was there a reason that Riot gave to like they changed? Like was it because like we're tired of these top laners like TPing to bot lane and being fucking annoying? Because let me tell you, high rank gameplay, like top laners TPing to bot lane all the time was so fucking annoying. Like get the fuck off, like get off us, like what? YouTubers like okay, we need anti-heal because like some go drink cough. Thank you for the sub, Janna. Kim should also heals with her.
OMG 4 months girly. How did they pass so
Corrupting
quickly
potion!
with tear?
You guys... Okay, you guys need to remind me before I get into shop. Like, not once I get to shop, like you need to do it before I get into shop. If I can show you, I need corrupting potion.
Again.
I wonder if this tornado will land.
Nothing new, nothing changed, same old shit. Same old fucking shit.
This is exactly what I was afraid of.
I did not need to do that. I didn't really need a flash ult. He's not even worth it. But I wanted to look flashy. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't really worth it, but it looked flashy and we love that. I know that there are definitely some Janna players that love doing like the flash ult moment. I personally don't like doing that all that much. Like, I don't think it's that worth it because now I don't have flash and flash is important, or now I don't have ult for future fights. So just because it looks flashy doesn't necessarily mean it was necessary or good. I actually had this a long time ago. There was this Lee Sin player, Challenger Lee Sin player. He was really, really good at Lee Sin. Like, I actually really love having him on my team in general because he was really good. And I always hated versing him because he was so good. Like, he was so annoying to verse him. Like, he was actually the only one Lee Sin that knew how to hold off his Q and like bait out my tornado. But sometimes I would have games with him, and this was like back in season 4, whatever. I would have games with him where he would literally, cause he's a YouTuber, he does like these flashy montage, like flash ult or whatever. Right? And sometimes he would throw games, like totally unnecessary. You did not need a flash ult this, like you really did not need to go for like the flashy plays, but he would go for it and we lose, like cause he failed or flop. Like he literally could have just like played normally, stick by the AD carry and used his ult to peel or whatever. but like he really wanted to go for the YouTube plays and YouTube montage and like fucked up and we lose. So I've definitely had those moments like you really do not have to go for those plays and sometimes it's bad to go for those plays. But I mean, I respect the hustle. Like, you know, YouTube moment montage, like get that bag, get that money, get the views, like totally all for it. But it's just a little side thing I want to talk about, like just because it's flashy doesn't mean it's necessary or feeling good. Oh wait, that is not Avatar Road. The tornadoes are so like delayed. Can I make it? The Leeson is there as well. I will not make it.
Low visibility locations.
I mean, there's a ward here. Bro, war bot. Maybe it shouldn't be fucking there. You can probably kill them here. I wanna see it. Oh. Nice. We are doing very well on Janna. Corrupting Potion. We're in 21 minutes in though, that's the thing, like I'm in 21 minutes. Like, it's not even worth it at this point. 21 minutes. I don't think it's worth it anymore, it's only really good for early game. Like early to mid. I think it's too late. I think it's too late. Well, not this. It is what it is. It's too late. Let's stick around the dragon, it's around, so these bitches need to get the hell out of top lane and come down to dragon, it's in 10 seconds. Hello, Callista? Why are you farming top lane? Callista? Hello? Hello? Dragon's up in top lane, hello? Oh gosh. If they fucking steal this. If they fucking steal this. Oh my god. Please, not my auto attack. Not my auto attack getting the dragon. Like, the mist, at least. Oh. That did not land. Oh, I should have connected him accidentally. Thankfully it was fine. Maybe I should have tornadoed then ulted. Rather than ult than tornado. New rework Janna steals dragon. Yes. I'm kind of hesitant on using this game as an example of like Janna, because like this game, like the Thresh was bad. Like the Thresh was just horrible, and he just like died. I mean, I also think Kindred was a bit flop as well. So I don't really know if I want to use this game. I can't really tell if this game is like, oh, Janna is really strong, or if the enemy team is just really bad. I didn't realize Janna is getting a rework. How you liking it? I love it. Everyone hates it, but I actually really love it. I think it's so strong. I think it would be borderline OP in the right hands, like in high ranks. Tornado, like hell. What the f- like, he's just so bad. Like, it's just so bad. I got him! I landed that tornado! Like, I landed that tornado because of the speed. I won't land this though. Wait, I landed it on someone. I think the Kindred? I mean, I don't know if like, maybe he was standing still, but like, I definitely landed a tornado because like, you know, good positioning and all, so like, maybe the speed boost did help. Would have been better if May at least landed her stun on the Leeson, but it killed the kill. Actually, I think I did talk about. I think in this game I talked about like how I like argued that Janna Tornado, like the new Janna actually requires more skill to do well in, right? So you know what? Maybe I will still use this game. You know what? I'll just stick together like 4 games, 5 games. You guys don't mind, right? I'll put in the Nautilus one. I'll put in the last one, and I'll put in this one. Like, I think it's fair for me to like put it in. Like if we want like actual like objective like analysis, like I guess it's only fair that I put in all the games, even if I lose or win or whatever. Has a low charge time? No. It still charges the same. It's that it's shorter time to... So from where you shoot it out to where it lands, like the full tip, is like, it used to be 1.5 seconds it took or something. But now they shortened the duration to when the tornado hits max range. In other words, the tornado travels faster. That's what it means. Oh, so true. Oops. The Mordekaiser actually could have ulted me and should have ulted me. Not too sure if I would have lived because, wait, does he not have True. Let me just ult them out. Let me not ult them out. Let me flop. Let me flop! I meant to ult the Kindred the other way. Let me just flop. Let me just freaking walk to my death. Crafting potion? Nah, it's too late for crafting potion. Let me just flop. Like, why did I do that? Like, let me flop. I have anti-heal. Ardent Sensor, Suffer Flame Water. I think I need redemption, 1 for my own survivability if Mordekaiser ults me, and number 2 if Kindred ults, I can redemption afterwards. Like Kindred lasts 4 seconds, redemption takes 2.5 seconds. So I just have to wait like 1.5 seconds and then I get the heal afterwards, so it will help us out. Which mythic item picks for Karma right now? Wait for my Karma videos to come out. Yeah, I can't with this yellow TP. It's actually like the color is like so jarring. Hello, so ugly. It's so ugly. Like hello. Callista. Hey, Listen, round 2. Ah, that was so close. Ah, bitch, the dragon. I don't know if it was my ping, but I think I could have stopped the Listen had it not been my ping before he jumped over the wall. Like if I just stopped him mid dash. That would have been a moment. Not too sure if I could have done it on low ping. Not too sure. I'm getting a little tired. Like this game is like, we've already won this game. This game is like whatever. So I'm a bit like, kind of like whatever. If you're noticing my energy level is going lower, it's because I've been streaming for quite some time now, so I'm a little withered. And we've already, as far as I'm concerned, I think we've already won this game unless we throw really hard. And I've kind of showcased like Janna, like what I wanted to showcase. Like I think her Janna Tornado is insane. Again, I have such a stronger bias towards Janna Tornado because I've seen and I've experienced and I've done like amazing tornadoes that have won me the game. So I really love the Janna Tornado buffs. But for someone that is like, you know, so reliant on her their W's and they don't really do good to Janna Tornadoes, maybe they're low ranks or whatever, like maybe they don't see the same as me, maybe they don't understand like, you know what, Janna Tornado is actually really important and you can carry so hard with tornadoes. Like, because they haven't done this, like they haven't done good tornadoes or whatever, like they kind of wasted tornadoes. So maybe the buffs to them aren't like they don't care for the buffs maybe. Oh, right, the portal is so true, I forgot that was even a thing. Well, I think we can honestly— oh, so true. What the fuck, bitch, what the fuck do you want? He was planning on ulting me. Yeah, so flop Thrash, flop Listen, like it's— I want actual games where like I can test like, you know what, this is an actual good game. I think I will still put out this game because I was talking about things that were quite important in the laning phase at least. But God, this Thresh is like such flops. Such flops. It's the way my team flops when I'm not there. It's the way my team flops when I'm not there. Oh, I mean against Domini. I think I'll play 1 or 2 more games after this, because I am quite withered, I'm quite tired. 11:20 PM already. I wake up at 3 PM I think, or so. 3 to 4 PM. 3-pointer TQ would be really good at laning phase. I'm actually not too sure, that's something I wanted to test out. I'm not at the point where I'll say like, you know what, actually 3-pointer TQ, because I actually haven't tried it out. I don't actually know if it would be. I mean, we could try, but I don't think I'll do it till today. I think I'll do it once it comes out onto live service and I can do a separate video. Because right now, I'm trying, because everyone hates Janna changes, I'm trying to make it so like I'm redeeming Janna or like I am defending Janna. But I don't want to be defending Janna if I'm doing like a wacky like 3-pointer to Q if I'm not even too sure if that's the way to go. Okay, let's play 1 more or 2 more. You know what, actually we versed Yumi, we versed like aggressive Nautilus and Thresh, and now we're versing a mage support with actually double poke. By the way, the old Janna could not deal with a Zarya Caitlyn. You could deal with the Zarya by itself because you could just dodge her stuff and like W. But with a burst like Caitlyn Zarya, because they're both long range poke, oh my god, you actually could not deal with that if you went 3-pointer to W. Now with a max shield, you can literally just stand back and out-sustain them and then outscale them. So I'm actually very happy against these type of stuff. And people that are like, oh my god, no skill, blah blah, like, it's not no skill, like, get over it. Literally get over it, love. Some people say it's boring, but like, you know what? You can always play another champion. You could always play TFT. TFT is more fun. Teamfight Tactics? You should do that. TFT is so fun. Well, she's not landing her stuff. I did not show that. So because it's double long range, it's very unlikely that I'll be able to like just get poke on them. Then I just have to out-sustain them. I do want to like poke them for like 20 gold. Not to damage them, right? It's not to damage them. Especially because I'm maxing E. Like, what damage am I gonna do? The only time I can do anything is if I land tornadoes on them. Like, let's see if I can hit a tornado here. Oh. If the plant was... Oh my god, I am so worried for her. She's dead. Does she have a slow? Well, if that landed, she's dead, Desire, because she would get slowed. Actually, I'll get tornado and then we auto attack her. Did that. Let's see if we can get tornado here. What the fuck? Oh. I was expecting her to walk back, but she like ran into me. Oh, I froze, so true. Hold on. Hold on. Push the wave, girl. Push the wave. What in the... Push the wave. I'll unfreeze my camera. Hold on. Had she like just walked backwards into my tornado, she'd be dead. Wait. Oh, whatever. Wait. This Jinx does not know wave management. Let me unfreeze my camera. I got cast ulted. Corrupting. I can't buy corrupting because I have a potion and it's really I never like selling my potion for corrupting like outright like that, so it's totally fine for me to keep it. So next back. Remind me next back for corrupting, thank you. Okay, yeah, I think I'm slower. I'm definitely slower to get into lane. Because you only get your passive movement speed if you're walking towards someone, but I'm in front of my drink, so I do walk slower. So, yeah, I do kind of miss my speed boost, like not towards just like teammates, but I mean... I don't think it's like that huge of a deal where it's like, oh my god, Janna's shit now. Like, I don't think it's that big of a problem, like, honestly. Like, maybe it would affect your roaming, but I mean, it's not that bad. By the way, randomly, I kinda wanna be an AP and Lux main, cause she's kinda fun. Don't really think she's amazing in higher ranks, but she's kinda fun. And she gets views. And I like money and views. I'm kidding. No, not really kidding. I mean, she's fun. She is fun. I won't deny that. She's kind of fun as AP. Oh, so true. Oh. Oh, so fucking true. That's nothing like you want. Oh, he dodged that. He dodged the traps with his jump. Oh, so true. Okay, remind me to get corrupting potion when I get back, please. Tornado? No. I don't know if the jungler's still here. The echo, I doubt it. I don't think it would be sitting in here, but possibly could. It's watered in this bush, so they actually know that I'm top charging the tornado. Ah, the way I didn't think I would land, but it actually did land. Nice. Like, I don't know where the girlies get this idea, like you stand back and do nothing. Like, I genuinely do not understand like where the girls get this thing like, oh, you just stand back, press shield, max shield, and no skill. Or like, I did that. I created that pick. Like, Lily would not have done that. Lily cannot make a pick like that, alright? I want to stress that. She cannot pick like that. Because I'm level 5. Like, Lily would be level 5. We're not talking about like if Lily had ult. She wouldn't have ult at level 5. Crafting potion. Thank you. You know, Karma, yeah, maybe she could have walked up and pressed W, but like they would have walked away and like maybe possibly flashed away or something. You know, Sona wouldn't have ulted post level 5. Is my Cassiopeia gonna move? Like, I don't know where the girls get this idea that like you just stand back and press shield and like you can't do anything. Like, you can make picks as a Janna. Like, and you should. You should be using tornadoes like this. Like, they won't walk into that. And you can... It's not even just like... It's not luck that you land tornadoes as well. Like, you can... If I path my tornado in a way predicting it, you can position in a way that would make them, you know, be scared. Like, if I'm charging a tornado just behind her and then I walk up towards her, maybe she'll get scared and like walk away, and as she's walking away, like, I know she'll walk into my tornado. Like, you can kind of manipulate the way they move. And then land the tornadoes. Right? So it's not luck that you like land tornado. Like, you definitely can manipulate it, and obviously the people that understand like the psychology of like, you know, fighting and all, like, they will be able to get it up. Oh my god, the ping. I think if I didn't have ping, I would have landed that, honestly. Maybe I can land this? I don't know. I have a word for decay.
Yes, Queen, Skinny Legend, Versace boots the house down. Slay Queen, Hunty Mama, and Oop Daddy Work, Charlie X, yes.
Thank you for the sizzle. It's raining, man.
Hello, my Lua. So excited for the Janna rework. Did they change a lot?
You'll have to check on Twitter. I'm not gonna go over everything. But I'm also very excited for the changes. Yeah, this Zarya is kind of... Unless she like full on CCs us. Oh, I didn't mean to chuck that out. I can't like do too much this lane.
Expect sporadic ganks.
It's wooden here, so like I can't really land a tornado. Kill her! This Jinx doesn't have any hope. She doesn't like believe in me.
Ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
That should have been a Jinx ult. Jinx ult. Kill him! Oh my god. Girl! Use your Jinx ult! Jesus fucking Christ! Use your Jinx ult! Don't steal my oh my god! Oh my... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Hate that. Okay. Oh my god, not the Massey flash for that. She really wanted that kill. Oh my god, this is like horrible. So true. Yasuo mid war. Did she just miss her Jinx? Oh. We love Carabing Potion. I think this is a good game. This is a good game to showcase like, yes, you can make picks on Janna, you can be skillful on Janna, you don't just stand back press E. I mean, Jinx is a bit of a flop and so is Desire or whatever. Like... I cannot stress this enough, like, this is not... Just because you're maxing shield now does not mean that this is no skill press shield stand back. Like, again, in fact, I think the better Janna players will be rewarded more. So true. I think the better Janna players will be rewarded more. High ranked Janna players will be so OP, whereas low ranked Janna players that do not know what they're doing will be bad. That's... or will not win as well. That's my genuine, honest opinion of the Janna changes. I mean, with a max shield, maybe you can get away with things. Like, maybe with max shield, you can just be very passive, and maybe, like, Janna players that aren't so good can get away with just maxing shield and being a shield bot and, like, you know, be the next Lulu. Possibly. And it's... and maybe they didn't have to, like, do that good tornadoes, but there is an emphasis on, like, doing good tornadoes or better tornadoes now. That... you know, I do think the good Janna players will be able to outshine like mediocre Janna players. Let's see, I can get a pick here. Ooh. Very close, very close. I think that Jong is up there, so I don't have to like go train. I think that Zarya kind of blocked. Oh my god, my Jinx. Is she gonna auto attack? Oh, my ping. I just walked into it. Okay, my Jinx skill forced in and didn't auto attack the Zarya. Very weird. She actually could have killed the Zarya, I think. Is Echo gonna come around?
Mike's back. Am I coming in?
Maybe this will land. Oh, close. I'll need my team. Get in this bush. Not that bush. Yeah, I don't like the Chemtech Dragon either, so dumb. I actually did this tornado too early. Because my Jinx isn't around to follow up. You can land another tornado. Nice. Nice. I didn't get my ignite off the Zarya. I don't know if it's because of ping or just because like I got crowd controlled. I do not really want to stay because I don't know when Caitlin's ultimate will be back up. But that was a very good tornado. I think I got my ignite off. Maybe it was ping, don't know.
I'm on location and it's
Maybe if I had the old movement speed, I might have been able to catch up, but at the same time, with the old Janna build, I would have went 3 points to W, I wouldn't have max shield, and my Jinx probably would have died there, because I just shielded her in time to save her, so... You know, it's a lot of like, what ifs? What the... Is that new? Like, is that... I have never... What? The placement of that? Is that something they implemented? I don't think that was that new.
we're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Wait, my Jinx is 5 and 1. What the fuck? It looks odd. It does look very odd. Hello. Let it go up. Oh, my passive is actually not that far. Actually, not that long range. Oh fuck. I got the Darius, he's behind us. Don't go that way, sweetie. I knew the Darius was coming here because I tornadoed him. Hello.
This is exactly what I was afraid of.
Oh, so true. Oh, so true. I wasn't even gonna land that. Oh, he flashed. I wasn't even gonna land that tornado. With all the changes of Moonstone being best choice, I mean, I have a bias towards Moonstone, but some Janna players like Shirelius, so to each their own.
Oh my.
I need anti-heal this game, obviously. They have a lot. Well, the Yasuo is fair, they have Darius healing. He flopped that. He flopped that. But he can actually dash and do that thing rather than do that thing and bash. It's giving flop. It's giving flop. Kill her. Oh my god, as if I didn't land that. I don't know if it's gonna ping. The way I didn't get an assist. So true. So true. So true. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you so fucking kidding me? I fucked up my tornado. Oh, the ping. I fucked up my tornado. I think I can bait them. I can't bait them, I can't bait them, I can't bait them, I can't bait them. I can't fucking bait them. What in the Cassiopeia, girl? What is going on, girl? What is this gameplay? What in the let me walk into them gameplay? Girl, she literally... Oh god. Back off, bitch. Oh my god, bitch. Freaking die. Did you all see that Cassiopeia? She literally walked into melee range. Like, no Q, no nothing. She literally just walked into melee range and like stood still. Like, hello. We love corrupting potion. Thank god for that. I definitely could have killed Darius a little sooner if I auto attacked, but my ping made me like stutter.
Stay indoors today.
PB is not it. I know. Wait, she's 0 and 5. Oh, so true. Thank you for the Raid Guy Foundation. How you been? Oh, so fucking true. This fucking plant. We love pocketing Masi. Love you. I want to emphasize this. This is not me being like a shield bot. Like I have 3 points to W, which is very standard. You would only have 3 points to W and you would max shield. So this is nothing to do with like, oh my god, now Janna's a shield bot. Like you were a shield bot before, like at this moment. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, he misclicked. Oh my god. I ulted late because of my ping and he dragged me and countered my ult, but then he misclicked onto the Aatrox when he ulted. So true. Thank you. Thank you. I should have died to the Dark's ult, but like you know what? If I had normal ping, he wouldn't even have been close to me. So I deserve to live. I'll say that. I deserve to fucking live.
I get the worst assignment.
So true. I wonder if Contact Dragons, if they're really good for Janna tornadoes. I wonder. I'm not too sure.
What's that? I don't know, but I'm so
Are you okay?
like that.
Are you okay? Hello? Oh way, she like has a death wish. I'm gonna pocket my drinks, not this Cassiopeia, because she's really not that useful. Oh, so true. The way he's so fucking strong, like what the fuck is Yasuo? Like what the fuck? Like you know what, if this win wall bitch can, like if this win guy can freaking win wall, like why can't I just like fucking win wall it back? Like why can't I fucking deflect? Like why did I get a win wall? Isn't it so unfair? These Janna, yeah, I love these Janna changes. I don't know what the girls are on in the Twitter. Like every Twitter girlie is like, oh my god, Janna is so ruined, like just bad. Like I think these Janna changes are insane. To the point, dare I say, it's OP in Challenger, or OP in the right hand, and not so good in lower rank. Yeah, even if they were bad, like, one Riot would balance it. Even if Janna's new changes like, okay, 45% rate, horrible garbage, like, they would buff it. Like, they would just buff it. Like, you don't have to worry about, like, oh my god, they're ruined. Like, they would just fix it, right? Riot has always done that. Like, they would just fix shit. Like, you don't have to worry about it. And number two, it's like, Janna was flopping before anyway. It's like, she was a flop regardless, so... like, did you want her to stay the same and be a flop? Like, come on. She was getting boring, girl. She was getting boring. Yeah, at least they made changes. Like, now, at least they made changes and she's under the radar. And even if, again, even if... I don't know why I wanted this. Like, I hate this Chemtech Dragon. Like, even if it was flop, like, 40... Oh, so true. I was gonna land that tornado. I was gonna land that tornado if he didn't Yasuo ult. Like, again, because Janna is now under the radar, like, they will... They would buff her, because they know, like, we're looking out for Janna. Oh. Why are they doing that? I just also want to stress this. Even if I lose this game, it has nothing to do with the... Oh, so true. Even if I lose this game, it has nothing to do with like, oh my god, see, Janna is bad. Like, this new Janna is bad. Like, it's my team. My team's a flop. I'm 2-0-14. I'm doing well. I won laning phase. I'm actually really... I think I'm doing really, really well. Like, in terms of gameplay. Like... So... If anyone is like, oh my god, you lose this game, blah blah blah, like, it's my team. It has nothing to do with like Janna changes. If I can somehow peel for this Jinx, I don't know, it's just so unbelievable. I do that. Oh, so true. Can we fucking punish him? Can we punish her? No, we can't. I guess we can't. He's gonna face check and he's gonna die. This is Master Yi. I just know it. I need to pocket this Master Yi. Tornado. Run to me, babe. We can kill him, we can kill him, we can kill him. We can kill them. Well, maybe not. If I get a good tornado here. It's very like 145, like I don't really think this Cassiopeia is doing too much. Oh, so true. Ow! So fucking true. I couldn't even shield myself because of the thing. So fucking true, Yasuo. So fucking true. I still stand by what I say. Like, I think Janna buffs or these changes are really good. Oh, very true. So like what they did was like they nerfed the damage numbers. They made it slower. They made it sound forcing max shield. And if you want to use those arguments like see like Janna is bad in this game, like if I genuinely felt like okay the changes were bad, like I would say it, right? But in this fight and like you know the Norse game and all, there isn't a time where I felt like oh, if I had the old Janna, I would have destroyed them. Like, at all. Like, literally. Oh my god. Is this Cassiopeia gonna do anything? No. Like, it's not like, oh, they lived with 1 HP. If I had the old W damage and the old passive damage, I would have killed them. That didn't happen. It's not like the movement speed I felt like, oh my god, I didn't catch up to them. I lost this kill because of movement speed, or I died because of movement speed. That didn't happen. It's not that, oh my god, my laning phase is weak, I lose now because of the laning phase. That didn't happen. I won laning phase. So, like, if you want to make an argument like, oh my god, like look at this, like look at this. Maybe the argument could be, well, if the old Janna had movement speed, you could have roamed. Maybe if you roamed more Janna, this Cassiopeia would be thriving, right? Maybe. You could make that argument. But, like, I just genuinely don't see, like, even if I were the old Janna, like, I don't see how the old Janna would have done anything differently or, like, better, in the sense, like, bitch, like... Like, hello? 3.1k damage? Like, what the fuck is this? You know? Like, what am I gonna do with that? You know? Like, the old Janna was not gonna give her a brain. I'm sorry. Like, you know? Oh, actually, if I had the auto attack range, I would have killed that Darius. You know how I was like chasing after Darius? I would have killed him if I had the attack range. So, you know, small changes like that could have... That definitely was a moment. I mean, I did kill him eventually, but... I definitely had to like get the mana for my W and cooldown, so I guess the auto attack range could have done something there. Also the ping, but you know if I'd had the range, definitely. I don't know if I said this before, but I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of like, I know a lot of people have like a lot of thoughts and opinions like, oh my god, like Janna's so bad, blah blah blah, but like time and time and again, people have complained about like champions and like they end up being wrong. Now I could also be wrong. I mean, granted, I have tried Janna and I think it's good. I still need more games. But like, a lot of people... When Rengar got changed, I think the Rengar community was like, oh my god, this Rengar change is so fucking shit, like, change him back, or whatever. But he ended up being so OP and broken, I'm pretty sure. Or vice versa, people thought he was OP, but he ended up being really shit. Something happened with Rengar, like that moment. I think it happened to Kha'Zix. I think Kha'Zix had like so many changes, so it's kind of hard to keep up. But I think I remember Kha'Zix being like, "Oh my god, Kha'Zix is nerfed. Like, why would you change this?" But he ended up being like so brokenly OP. Sona, everyone was complaining like, "Oh my god, the Sona 120 stacks is so fucking shit." I'm pretty sure she ended up being OP. However, I did see someone on Twitter saying like, that's because Riot listened to our complaints. Riot listened to the community and they changed Sona. I'm actually not too sure because I mean, Sona is still the 120 stacks thing. They might have tweaked the numbers, but like the idea of the 120 stacks thing, like she was definitely still strong from like the new 120 stack like change thing. So I don't know. I'm gonna still say like, you know, people complain about Sona and she ended up being really strong. So, or I don't know. I think she's strong. I'm actually not too sure. She was strong when she got changed. I remembered it was 55% win or 50% win, right? Whatever. Like tons and tons and times. Like there are probably way more examples. Or not even probably. I know there are way more examples. I just can't think of any specific champion. Like time and time and again, people like complain. I'm like, oh my god, this change is bad. This rework is horrible, blah blah. But they just end up being OP, or they vice versa, like, oh my god, this change is so OP, this item is so OP, but it ends up being like these items are actually shit, all these champions being shit. Like, at some point, I really wish the community would just like chill. Like, it's great to have your opinion, it's great to have thoughts, and be like, you know what, I'm a bit doubtful with this, but like, give it some bloody time. You all need to freaking calm down. Like, Jesus Christ. So we're versing Shaka. I've always hated versing Samira as Janna because it's so hard to get close to Samira. Samira win walls your tornado, she fucks you up, bam. You can't really poke her because she does a lot of damage. She has potential to jump onto you, and she, you know, even if you try to tornado her dash, she can just win wall it. So, and also versus Soraka, I said this before, it's impossible to verse Soraka. It's impossible to verse Lulu or Yumi as a Janna. Like, actually, like, I'm gonna interchange. Like, it's actually impossible. The 3-point W Janna ult system, like, I W Soraka, she freaking heals more than me, she does more damage than me. Like, I always get outpoked. I always get outpoked. Lulu, Lulu, Soraka, Yumi. You can't beat them. The only time I ever really felt like Janna did anything against enchanters is if you roam. Now, again, I've said this tons of times, maybe your roaming is a little weaker because you don't have enough movement speed. I'm actually gonna try and shield start. I tried W start for the most part. I just want to see if shield start is good. I don't really know if it is. Like Lulu's, Yumi's and all that, you just can't do anything against them. But now with the new Janna, if you max shield, you can stay even in lane. You don't have to win lane. You can just stay even. And because her late game is stronger, because you know I've said such good things about her tornado, your late game is so much more stronger, I believe. Oh my god. So fucking true, bitch. So true. They didn't really fight me. I'm so surprised. What the hell? Now that I can possibly stay even for late game, I feel. The first time we versed in chat just with this new Janna was against the Yumi, but the Yumi's a flop. She was kind of like walking and died, so maybe this would be a better example. But I definitely think this new Janna is a lot better against enchantresses. Oh, this ping. Do you see me like stuttering? Also, I don't know why my Ashe is not all-inning. This is level 2. We're level 2 and the level 1, like, bitch, go in. Bitch, go in! The level 1! What are you afraid of, this thing? What are you afraid of? Oh, I meant to go W, but because we got level 2... Oh, sorry. Actually, I wasn't meant to go W. Because we were level 2 first, I went Tornado. But if it was like a level 2, like, together, like, they got level 2 as well, I would've went W second. But Tornado is just good for like, or better to like get the possible all-in. But this Ashe is very passive, which is like, it's fine. I do want to see like different games where like, you know, I have an aggressive good player or I have like a very passive player that doesn't really know what they're doing. Like, it's nice to see like different like how you play, because then I get to know like, is Janna good in low ranks, is Janna good in higher ranks, blah blah. Like I said, I think Janna is going to be OP in higher ranks with people that know what they're doing, and I think Janna will be not so good in lower ranks where the Janna player is not as good and also her teammates aren't as good. Well, now we can't really do much because this Ashe is too passive. We just have to sit back. And by the way, this has nothing to do with old Janna. Like, even if Janna didn't get changed, this would have been a problem, right? Like, I'm only level 3, it's not like my damage is that different. Like, it's not like my poking would have been any different, right? Like, this is no different from the old Janna. I would have been bullied out by the Samira Soraka because my Ashe isn't doing anything. Even if I, you know, even if we had the old Janna W or whatever. So this is, nothing at the moment is like, has anything to do with the Janna update. Like, this has nothing to do with Janna update. Old Janna would have suffered as well. Maybe I can get a tornado gun. No. Oh, I made my Ashe miss. Oh, I made Ashe miss all the CS. My bad, the tornado was a flop. I don't know why I should have that. I thought the Soraka was going for a Q. The Janna changes? Check my Twitter. We'll type in exclamation mark changes. I don't know where Samira is. If Samira isn't here, we can actually kill the Soraka, but I don't think Soraka would be just standing like this. There is no way. I feel like they're baiting. I don't think this is normal gameplay. Yes. still got round, yeah. Exactly. I don't think. That's their ignite. Samira's the one with ignite, that's interesting. It was obvious that they were baiting, like there's like no freaking way. Gone. I don't think they should be able to dive me, honestly. The fuck, bitch, get off me.
Wait, are we rolling?
The Samira's behind us, proxying in the bush. Oh no. What is the Samira doing? Like what is this gameplay? They still have heal, so I actually can't kill this Raka. Can you feel the W range? I don't think so. I feel like it's so similar. I don't feel a difference with Janna W range. I don't know if it's shorter, I don't know if it's longer, because it's edge to... It went from edge to middle to middle. They gave us 100 extra range. So it's like they increased the range, but they also didn't increase the range. They nerfed the range. So I don't know. I feel like it just evens out. See that? Huh? I'm dead. I'm not dead. I mean, I'm done. If the Ashe didn't like waste her heal, like if she didn't like face check this bush and force her heal like before, I would have lived. That fight would have been nice. Kill him! What are you doing? Kill him. Nice. Erupting potion. Pressing a poke lane. Soraka, we go down the glass. Samira is pretty all in, so you could actually go. You could go Ruby Crystal into Kindle Gem if you wanted to, into Slime.
Stock up wars.
The Kane inting on stream. Oh yeah, he was inting on stream. Hey Kane! Are you watching? Oh yeah, maybe this is Soraka's review and they took heal. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Soraka takes heal, sorry. I don't know why I didn't think of that. For some reason I was just thinking like Samira, like, oh, does she want to take Ignite because she's aggressive? You could dash, so... If she dashes and stops and win Tornado, that would be very bad.
I get the worst.
Thank you, Cadicias. Auto attack. Yeah, it's a nerf. 50 range is quite a lot. The Yasmin auto attack range is not as good. But if you have been paying attention to my streams, my gameplay, it's like because I have a better chance at landing tornadoes, I can tornado them, then walk up and then like just hit them and then walk away. Or I can just rely on my ADC to like follow up on the tornado. So it doesn't really matter. What in the body blocking ring? What the hell? What in the body blocking? So I don't, like yeah, that auto attack range, I kind of feel it, but at the same time, I don't think it's like that big of like a problem. We have Jabin coming in, so we should win this. We should win.
Sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed.
Why did I swap up my trinket? Like hello? I stopped their dash. Nice. Where did I sell my trinket? I wasn't at 500 gold, was I? I don't think. I got my ult ready.
Not skirt weather.
Get different. Yeah, you can't kill us. Love this Jabin. This Jabin knows his mechanics as well. He did the first time he ganked, he did the or when like you know the Kane inted, he did like a flash Q or Q flash. Oh, go girly. I don't think we can kill her. Because it's a pink ward here. Why does body blocking exist so Kaka? I think it's good. I think body blocking is a good mechanic. It's just very unfortunate that I got body blocked in such a way. Because I wasted my W. My W lets me walk 3 minions, but because I used it and then she silenced me, I got body blocked by my minion. Sentiment. Is that a thing? You can do the flash Q combos more easier. You could, but I'm very indifferent to like flash Q combos, like flash Q ult. Like I don't really. I think they're good, for the most part. Have you had a nice day, love from them? I have! I've been really liking these Janna changes. We'll just wait for Ash. Ooh. If I didn't have ping, I might have been able to land that tornado. Not that it would have done much. As a move, speed past the field compared. You're slower, I think. I do think I feel a bit slower. I wouldn't have landed that. I wouldn't have landed that. Hello. I would have landed tornado if it was the old tornado. I wouldn't have landed that tornado if it was the old tornado. It literally just clipped her, that Samira. Like, the speed is insane. And it's not, it's not a shield bot, like stand back shield bot. You can make picks. You can, it's not just a defensive tool. It can be used and should be used as an aggressive tool. I played tons of games today on Janna, and I hope I did showcase like the good Janna players that know how to use tornado. You don't just stand back and press E. Like, that's ridiculous thinking. Like, you can make picks, and you should make picks. Even if I land this, we won't kill her because my Ash is out of mana. Right? Like, I don't understand this thinking of like, oh my god, there's no skill expression, like, oh my god, laning phase is shit, or blah blah, like, well, now you can't poke, or blah blah, like, I just don't understand, like, I really don't. Like, yeah, maybe sure if you don't know how to use tornadoes, then maybe this will be bad, but hopefully with all my numerous games, I've shown you enough, like, you can make picks with tornado, like, and the speed on tornado makes a huge difference. Now, the new Janna doesn't give your Katarina, like, top lane any skill, it doesn't make her have a brain, but like, neither did the old Janna. Unless you want to make the argument like your roaming is weak. That will be something I can agree on. Like, Janna, tornado does Thraka. Like, Janna's tornado is a 1.25 second knockup. Think about it. It's a spammable 1.25 second knockup. Alice's Q, 1 second. Leona's Q, 1 second. Sona's ultimate, 1.25 second. Yes, there's polymorph, but polymorph is mid-range, and it's single target, and it can be stopped by tenacity. Knockup, Janna Tornado, long range, AoE, can hit multiple people, and you can't tenacity, like, you can't reduce it with tenacity. 1.25 seconds knockup is 1.25 second knockup. That speed increase is bonkers. It really is. And this was my suspicion. Because I like Janna Tornado, I respect Janna Tornado. I should be having it. I have a lot of respect for Janna Tornado because I know, and I have said this numerous times, Janna Tornado is her strongest ability late game. Not her, like, not considering her ultimate. I'm talking about like basic abilities. Janna Tornado is her strongest basic ability. Right? It's not her W, it's not her shield. It never was. And because I have so much respect for Janna Tornado, when I saw the Janna Tornado, I was like, oh my god, this is fucking insane. Like, this will make me so OP. But I guess if someone doesn't care for Janna Tornado, and they just chuck it out nilly-willy and they spam, which, by the way, girls, I've done bot reviews of you girls before, and I've seen low-rank Janna gameplay. Like, I noticed the pattern. Low-rank Janna players just chuck out that Tornado. They don't think about it. They're just like, let me just chuck out my Tornado button. Like, there's no thinking behind it. And they just wasted Tornado, which is such a strong ability. Like, if that's how you play Janna, like, and you just chuck out your Tornado and you're like, oh, I don't really care about my Tornado, then of course, these buffs and changes won't mean anything because the buffs weren't meant for Janna's Tornado. But if you just don't care for Janna's Tornado and you just chuck it out and nearly will it, then, oh, of course, like, the W nerf will be like, oh my god, so bad. Oh. Did I see that correctly? The arrow. gonna Ash ult. I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot before that, right? I don't know. I don't know what to say. You have a Discord server? I do not have a Discord server. Like when it comes to roaming, like yeah, your move speed will be a little slower. Maybe. Oh, actually, if I didn't have ping, I think I could have saved her if I didn't have ping. But you can kill them. Oh, it's just that's true. Was my ping the reason why? Oh my god, if I didn't have ping. I may or may not have been able to save that.
Ability location.
Wrap up. Was that my ping? Like insane! Insane! Like like insane! Like I love this new Janna Tornado. Like it's fucking insane. Like if you know how to Janna Tornado. Like I love these Janna Tornado changes. Like I love. I'm sorry, but I love. I love. Like, I don't think the old Janna would have been able to do that because it would have been so much more slower. And Jarvan's knockout would have been like, it would have wore off and then maybe he would have walked up, like decay. Decay would have walked up. So, I really like the Janna Tornado. Like, I cannot stop repeating myself. Like, I know I sound like a broken record, but I really do like the Janna Tornado changes.
And back to you, shopkeeper.
You completely changed my mind on these changes? Good. You know, maybe down the line, like maybe if I start playing in rank and maybe I get destroyed by challenger plays or maybe I get destroyed by grandmaster plays and I might be like, you know what, maybe these changes didn't do anything. But to be fair, I think Janna was shit before, so... Janna, I've just realized you're truly streaming though. Hey! Hey, Kane.
Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Did you like that tornado up your ass? Did you like that tornado? You like that? That's kidding. Oh, so true. I wasn't paying attention. Oh my god, I'm gonna go and say sorry. I could have saved you. Wait, so true. Oh. So true. I kind of messed it up. I don't know why I ulted. My brain was, oh, he's in the wall. If I ult, I'll push him to the turret. It didn't work that way. It didn't work the way I thought, so I just wasted my ult. It did not work the way I wanted to. I should have been paying attention. I was too busy talking. I actually could have saved my Ashe, and I should have saved my Ashe, but I wasn't talking. I was too busy talking. Oh. What the healing? What in the healing? Wait. Wait a damn minute. Oh, that just clipped. Was that Jarvan ult still there? I don't think it was. I think that Jarvan ult wore off, but was it snare? I shouldn't have died there. Neither should the Ashe. I should have been able to save her. Hey, if anyone's like, oh my god, you died there, that has nothing to do with the changes. Just a heads up. That was just me playing bad because I was talking. Like, it is... Hey, what's wrong with you? Oh.
I get the worst assignment.
It's very difficult to play perfectly and properly if you're talking and like trying to form coherent sentences and streaming. I really wish you girls should try this. You don't have to stream or anything, but maybe record. You girls should try playing a game, maybe in normals. Play a game of normals and like maybe like record yourself like talking, like pretend like you're a streamer and like talk, and you'll see how difficult it is to actually talk and play properly. Like, I wish people did that so they could see. I wish they could try that and see. Like, it's difficult to play perfectly. So I wish you girls would try that. That should be a challenge, honestly. I have a tag at the back of my top and it's like freaking itching me. Bitch, what the fuck? What the fuck? Anybody wants me? My tornado nearly hit. I'll say the luck's trying it. We need to stop this.
Every 6 minutes today.
Yorick. Something is happening in mid lane. Girls, do I have a team? Oh, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm fucking 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 dead. I'm not dead. Oh. I also wanna... I know someone's gonna someone out there is probably gonna say like, oh, you're just in denial, like look, you lost. If we were the old Janna, you would have won. You lost this game. Which I do think we will lose this game, to be quite honest, because we only have Ashe and Jarvan and enemy. Right? Like, this flops. Katarina. Like, I am trying to be very objective. Like, if I genuinely felt like, oh my god, this is fucking shit, like, like, it's only in my best interest, bitch. Like, it's in my best interest to want Janna to be strong, right? Like, why would I be, like, in denial, right? But I do want to say, even if I were to... Oh! So fucking true. Even if I were to lose this game, I wouldn't say this has anything to do with like, oh my god, Janna changes made me lose. Like, in fact, Janna changes made me, like, we're probably only holding on. Like, we've won bot lane because of the Janna changes, right? Like, the problem is this Katarina is feeding this... I don't know if this Zen is doing anything. I like this Jarvan. Jarvan's cool. Jarvan's doing work. But like, this has nothing to do with like, oh my god, Janna's weak. These updates did nothing. So, like, before anyone is like, you're in denial or like you lost, like, no, like, not even. Damage wasn't a problem. We won. Damage wasn't a problem, so the W nerfs were irrelevant. Like, there wasn't a time like, oh my god, they lived to an HP. I didn't lose laning phase. I won laning phase. My movement speed, maybe I could have roamed more with the old movement speed, maybe, I don't know. So that's the only argument I would give any like credit to. Like, that's the only argument that I could be like, you know what, I see your point, maybe I could have roamed more. And maybe if I roamed, this Katarina and Senna would be thriving if I like gank for them, maybe. I can't shut on this ping. Oh my god, I can't ult on this ping, so fucking true. So true. Oh my god. I should have a shield for her. He didn't need a flash. I'm dead. Ow, fuck you, bitch. And again, like, if I weren't streaming and I was actually concentrating, like I wasn't just talking, maybe I would have roamed more. Not too sure. Maybe I would have roamed more if I wasn't talking. But, yeah, like, if there was actually a genuine argument for like, okay, these Janna nerfs on her W made her damage less, and I could clearly see that the lack of damage was the reason why I didn't get these kills and therefore didn't win or whatever. If that was the case, then sure, I would be like totally like, yeah, this damage is horrible or whatever. But I don't see that, and I think it's very fair to say like I don't think you guys see it either. You know, like it's not like I'm gonna edit this. I'll be putting out the full gameplays on it. I think it's very fair for me to say like I don't think that like there was any lack of damage on my part. Like look at this, look at this, like. What the hell was the old Janna gonna do? Like, other than roaming, that's the only argument, you know, that's the only argument I would probably be like, you know, I see your point. If I had roamed more with the movement speed, or if I roamed at all, I just kind of stayed in bot lane. If I had roamed at all with the movement speed, maybe I could have saved my Katarina's life or career. That's the only thing I would be like, I see eye to eye with you. That's the only thing, though. It's just like a run around, like, sat still. With heels on, click-clack around the house. I haven't been able to record it because my brother sleeps in the day because he has night shift, so I have to wait for it. For the right time. Dude, I don't think I need to record. I actually should have went shield first this game because we're versing Caitlyn Brand, which is double poke, and I can't do anything against that. Oh god. Like, Brand normally does beat you in a poke war in terms of like low level. Like, once you get to level, if you can dodge his like stun and all, like sure. Like, once you get your shield, you can somewhat deal with him. Caitlyn, you can't deal with. I'm sorry, but Caitlyn's long range is too much. What the old Janna did, like season 2, 3, 4, like with the max shield, is like your AD carry will like hit the enemy, and then you shield your AD carry, and then hopefully you have a better trade. Because like your AD carry does a lot of damage, they get shielded, and they walk away, and then slowly but surely, the Brand will like little down because he doesn't have a shield or heal. So that's what should happen in theory. Can you guys hear it in my voice? Like I'm fucking dying, like the raspiness of my voice, like I'm talking way too much. Like, excuse me if I sound a bit like raspy and dying, it's because I'm talking so bloody much today.
An enemy has been slain.
I am not too sure what this Jhin is doing. Sorry, it works out. Yeah. Let me just keep walking. I'm not gonna auto attack because if I auto attack, I lose that distance. Yeah. Yeah. Because if I auto attack, I stand still. I'm just waiting for my W. Because if I auto attack enough and I stand still, like I might not reach her with my W. So I just have to keep walking to her. I don't have to auto attack because she's dead. She's guaranteed dead. If I auto attack her like before my W's up, then there's a chance she like we can't push her, whatever. There's a chance that she will escape. Oops. Yeah. That's not my problem. Sorry, that's not my problem. Not my problem that he died. What's changed? Check Twitter. Type in exclamation mark changes or change. You're so smart, thank you. Like that comes down to because I have foresight. Like I know how the fight's gonna go. I know like I know she's dead 100% if I W her. There's no reason to auto attack. Second all levels. W?
Mic check. Am I coming in?
I have this problem with like these toolkit. Tarek has the same problem. You see how I hover over my W and it says 12 second, 12 second, 12 second, 12 second, 12 second per rank? I don't know why they do that, it's so like, why bother? Because it's actually, some cooldowns don't show that. Like if it's like if it stays the same, the cooldown, no matter what rank, they normally don't show the cooldown. It's just, there isn't even a 12. Like the 12 is like a top right corner rather than at the bottom. But Tarek has that problem where like, it just says it's the same cooldown no matter what you level up your W, I believe. And I went Tornado because might just and so it looks confusing, like, oh, am I actually getting something? Sometimes I would have like 11.11, 11.11, 11.11, 11.11 or something. It's like, hello. I should have turned it up. I'm not playing a bit aggressive here because we're pushing to the turret. Like, we can start playing aggressive like once I get out of this turret. You should die. Get my Jhin! Maybe I messed it up by going in too hard on that Caitlyn. I thought she should have died. Ah, the reload. In that scenario, I wonder, had I had... So I wouldn't have that many points into W, I would only have 2 points in W. With the old system, if I had 2 points into W, and I had my passive damage still because I got rid of that movement speed damage, I wonder, would I have enough damage for Caitlyn? Not too sure. Maybe. Possibly. It's possible. I don't think I can kill her. Especially because I am. Maxing shield. Very fucking true. Oh, Lux is winning. Love that. Have you had Leona Thresh matchups? In general? Or like for today? We can kill him. I should have landed that, and I would have tornaded earlier, but I wasn't too sure if Jen would follow up. I should die. I won't say that was a Janna buff, like, that Brand just played bad. The Brand should not have walked up to us and he died, so that has nothing to do with Janna update, like, oh my gosh, Janna's strong, like, he was dead regardless, like, old Janna, new Janna, he was dead because he walked up to us and he shouldn't have walked up to us, so I would not attribute that kill to anything but the Brand is bad. If I'm to be fair and objective. Come on. This thing. Fuck him up, fuck him up. And that's a flash. Wait, don't go for the girl, that girl. Sweetie. Fuck him up. Wait, Lee Sin? Where's my jungler? Hello, Lee Sin. Can I get something out, Lee Sin? Nice. What? Do you see that's blocking? Body blocking? Do you see this bloody blocking? Okay, the reason why I flashed and it looks so flop was because I thought he was gonna go into the wall, and I was hoping I would have like insane reaction time where if he jumps into the wall, I can press my R and it would cancel his ult. So like, sorry, his wall. So he would run through this wall, and then just before he like gets onto the other side or halfway, I would ult, and then he would just like get stuck on the wall here. That was like what I was planning on doing, but he didn't do that, so I don't know if it was on cooldown or something. So it kind of looked like a shit flash, but I did have like a bit of a plan though. I mean, it didn't. He didn't do anything, so it kind of looked like I inted or whatever. And then update her voice lines. Yeah, we need an update on that. I will say she's kind of boring, her voice lines. Can we also see her in Arcane 2 season 2? Thank you. No, you can still walk through stuff with Janna W. See, I can walk through minions with Janna W.
Killing spree.
You know, you all should just buy Forecast Janna, it's a superior skin. Like, I got that kill probably because... I'm actually not too sure. I don't know if the ult tornado... Like, I have a very strong feeling the ult tornado would not have gotten that. Because I think I did somewhat clip her. It wasn't like complete, like, the closest clip ever, but my tornado did that. My tornado got that kill. Oh, so close. Oh, I could've said that. If I tornadoed properly, maybe my ping, I don't know. He wants to start. Yeah, this Brand is not really playing that well. But I mean, again, another example, you can make picks on Janna, and you should. Also the team's flopping, they're 22 and 5, so we'll pro win this game. I'm quite fine, thank you. Huh. You're not even level 5. I don't want to face check and ward that. I have ult, so I don't think they can kill us. Oh.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes.
I do have a... Oh, the bats are walking that.
5-day forecast, sunshine.
We're playing a very dangerous game here. But I'm pretty confident. I think we can kill both of them here if we play it correctly. Air Force, sure. We can play it safe. Hey, what is that, Marvelous? Her W looks like a WhatsApp sticker. This? I love it! It's so cute! I love the skin 90% because of this W. Like, this W smiley face cloud, it's just so happy. Like, it reminds me of Mario Kart. You know, Mario Kart, like, when you drop off the map and that cloud frog thingy, turtle thingy, like, whatever. Like, it picks you up, like, it looks like that cloud, or reminds me of Mario Kart. It's just so happy. I love it. Really. Doesn't it? It's so happy. I love it. And I don't know, I just like the colors. Like, it's just very, like... It just gives me, like, Nintendo colors. Like, very, like, vibrant blue, yellow. Like, it's just happy. It makes me feel positive seeing the skin. But that's just me. I haven't really tried roaming. Okay, so I know I haven't been roaming a lot in my games. Or literally at all, honestly. I will roam once the Janna comes onto live servers. Once Janna comes onto live servers, I will roam. Because right now I'm trying to defend Janna. Like, yes, I'm being objective, but I am also trying to defend Janna because I think these Janna changes are really good. I think it's a buff. So I want to play it in a way that I'm comfortable with and I know like works. Rather than just like trying like, oh, let me try max W, or let me try max Q, or let me try this roaming playstyle, whatever. You know what would be so poggers if I had not high ping. If it was normals and I didn't have high ping, I would have tried this. I would have tornadoed her here. I would have flash ulted her into this plant, hit the plant, she would get knocked over to the wall, and then my Jhin kills her. That's what I would have tried doing if it was a normal game, and I didn't have 220 ping. A bit ambitious. I would have wanted to try that. But 200 ping, so I don't know if I could pull it off. That game, there was only one moment that my tornado... Actually, there might have been a few moments where my tornado like got a little good picks down there. But for the most part, I mean, like, my Lux carried, my Lee Sin carried, so... For this win, I'm not going to say like, oh, Janna is so strong, she carried this, like, not at all. I did do well in lane, I did get the tornadoes off, but the brand wasn't that good. The brand kind of walked up to me and died, or walked up to us and died. There was some good picks onto Caitlyn, but it, you know, for the most part, my Lux and Lee Sin carried. So for this game, I don't really want to use this game. I think I will put these games up regardless, but I'm not going to say like, oh my god, I won this game like this because Janna's so strong. Not at all. So just being objective, just trying to be fair. Okay, so my voice is dying after like streaming for so long. So if I speak like this, I hope you know why. She's dying, my voice. So, versing Leona, as you all know, Janna is very, very strong into Leona in the laning phase. It's actually a skill matchup. Leona can shit on Janna, I'll talk about it later. For this game, because I'm on 220 ping, because I'm on PB servers, because I'm in Australia, and PB servers are located in NA or America, there might be times when I won't get the tornado properly. It's possible for a Janna to tornado a Leona on 220 ping, but it has to be the right distance, like she can't be right in my face, and I have to do it like pretty early on, like preemptively, to the point where it's preemptive. So I may flop my Janna tornadoes, just a heads up. In terms of the skill matchup, if a Leona is doing EQ and doesn't know how to play the lane, yes, you could destroy her. But a Leona can shit on the Janna when she's level 6. Or even if she's level 1, if a level 1 Leona just flash Q, like I've seen that happen, like they just flash Q literally and like just fuck you up, or level 2 flash Q. At level 6, if the Leona flash Qs and then ult, you die. And they want to aim the Janna, they don't want to aim the AD carry, they want to aim the Janna. Flash Q Janna ult, because I can't tornado that. So you have to stay very far away. Like be sure you're not in zenith range or flash range. I don't know why I showed myself. I'm quite tired after all these games and hours of streaming. We'll get tornado level 2. Level 1, she can't really do too much unless she's super aggressive. You can just outpoke her. You can just auto attack, like punish her, make her lose health. That's all you can really do level 1.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage. Incoming gale.
So yeah, for the most part, Janna can counter Leona, but if you are a Leona player and you are versing a Janna, just know that you can flash Q ult the Janna and fuck her up, unless you know they have Kalista or whatever, but I'm just talking about in general scenarios. Wait, why am I not level 2? Oh, damn it, so true. I mean, you could also lose if you don't get level 2 and your AD carry gets caught out and flops, so there's that. A tornado into Janna, tornado into Leona. I don't really want to waste my ward in here, but it's important that I use my ward here because Leona can Zenith Blade in the bush, like you want vision. I don't have tornado, I'm gonna walk up to her, just yeah. Speed is crazy, it really is. You know what, it might even help with stopping Leona's thing, Zenith Blade, even on this ping. If you do it too early though, like if you hit the tornado before she even had that second part, or the second part of the Zenith Blade, like the dash, she might actually buffer it and go past your tornado, so be careful of that. Be careful of her buffering through your Janna tornado. I probably sound like very raspy and good. But you can stop it. You can stop it. Not the Leona, bitch. She was really aiming for Leona. Don't go in, girl! Oh, I should have saved my shit. I should have saved my shit. I knew that was gonna happen. Like, if it was a good player, like, the Vayne should not have died.
And the teleprompter guide you.
Oh, betrayed. Betrayed. So, I should have saved my shield for Vayne. Like, I knew if I shield myself and the Vayne is not careful, she will die. But I was kind of expecting the Vayne would just not walk up and die, so is that. Yeah, I love the Janna tornado speed. So yeah, you can stop Leona's E, you can counter her. I'm so sorry about my voice, I'm actually dying and I'm very tired. Yeah. Endo Jam and Crafting Potion. Set it all the time, Keto Jam against aggressive lanes and Random Glass against poke lanes with versing Leona, so that's okay. Give back her E cooldown refund. No, that's horrible. They gutted Roaming Janna and Skill Expression. Did you just come into my stream, Gleaming Trash? Have you seen this whole entire VOD? I've said it once, I said it many times, and I'll say it again. Really good Janna players will be able to be really broken and strong, whereas bad Janna players that don't know how to play her properly will be not good. In fact, the skill expression on Janna is even more like... It's even more like... there is more skill expression on Janna now. That is my genuine opinion. If you think she doesn't have skill expression because of the 20% E cooldown, you probably were not. I'm sorry if this sounds mean, you probably weren't a good Janna to begin with in the first place. I'm very sorry. Very sorry to say. I shouldn't be wasting my tornado. Leona could jump. Love your eyebrows? Thank you, it's from Benefit Cosmetic. Then brow service with Benefit Cosmetics. Oh, she landed that. Yeah. I'm so tired. But I have a good feeling you just joined the stream, Gleaming Trash. When I make my video, or if you watch through this VOD, you will have your minds change. The new Tornado, the speed boost on Tornado, makes it so the good Jannas can carry or can do work. There is a lot more skill expression now, in my honest opinion. And by the way, I showed you guys the map on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I'll have to let her die. Follow me on Twitter. I showed the maps. So people are like, oh, they got it at the E cooldown, blah blah blah, 20%. It was never good. In 20 seconds, Lulu can get 5 shields with 50% cooldown reduction, and so can Karma. Janna with 50% cooldown reduction, even if she perfectly did her ultimate Tornado and W's off cooldown, like Q, W, like off cooldown like perfectly, she would only still get 5 shields, the same as Lulu and Karma. So she would have to work so hard to like spam abilities just to get the same amount of shields as Karma Lulu. And you might be thinking, well, that shows that a good Janna should be able to a good Janna would spam their abilities and get the cooldowns off. I disagree. I would argue that that's the opposite of skill. Because there are things you want to hold your Tornado on. Like, I want to hold my Tornado for Leona. I don't want to be spamming my Tornado just randomly. I want to save my Tornado for Renekton and Rek'Sai. You can actually stop... you can even stop Fizz Q if you do it at the very beginning. There are a lot of things I want to hold my Tornado for. I don't want to be spamming my Tornado off cooldown, like, mindlessly. Right? And if that's what you do in such a game, like where you need to stop dash it, if you spam a Tornado off cooldown with no thought process, just like literally like, oh, herder, I'm just gonna spam my Tornado so I can get the 20% E cooldown, that's not skillful. That's the opposite of skill because you don't know what you're doing with the Tornado. I would argue that's the opposite of skillful. So, that's the argument that I'm gonna make.
Enemy rampage.
Like at best, even if you got like your Tornadoes off cooldown, blah blah blah, you have 5 shields in 20 seconds, which is the same as Lulu and Karma, who like just exists with their 8-second shield, 50%, 34-second shield, right? Like, you have to work so hard just to get even with them. So, and at worst, because again, you know my point, like you sometimes want to hold on to your Q, you don't want to just spam your abilities off cooldown or whatever, you know? Sometimes you're not even in range to do so because you're on 1 HP or whatever, right? Come on, sweetie, why did you walk away from my ultimate? I could've saved you. Come on, Rengar, come on.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
Like, at worst, if you aren't able, and, you know, if you don't want to spam your ability cooldown, you would have an insanely long cooldown on your E. It's not practical. It isn't practical to spam your cooldown, your W's and Q's just to lower your E. It's not practical, nor is it skillful. Now we have 9-second shield, which would be 4.5 second shield, which is only 4 shields within 20 seconds if you had the 50% cooldown reduction. So yes, it's not as good, and I would rather Janna should be 8 seconds rather than 9 seconds. I don't know why it's 9 seconds. But it's much more better now. Like, it's more practical. Like, you are literally punished for holding on to your Q, because that's what you should be doing. I fucked up there. I shouldn't have Tornado, but... oh my god, they fucked up even harder. Oh my god, they fucked up even harder. Oh my god. What the fuck is Luna in this? They flop. They flop. Are you fucking kidding? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking my ping! Oh my fucking god! My fucking ping! So fucking true, my fucking ping. So fucking true. So fucking true. My fucking ping. I should have done it earlier. I should have just flash ordered, so you know. So fucking true. 320k. So that's my whole spiel on the 20% equal. Like, it's not skillful. Like I said what I said. It's not skillful to spam your Q and W because like, oh, it's a skill expression. Like, no, it's not. You're literally punished for holding onto your Qs. Like, for being a good Janna, you're literally punished. So you know. I can get dragon. I thought the Rexa was going to be back. A little flash maybe. What they change besides Qs? Check my Twitter. By the way, I'm just like really tired too. If I sound like bitchy or whatever, it's not that I'm bitchy, I'm just like really tired. Like, I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I feel like I'm gonna pass out or something.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Get some rest. I'll try to. I think after like a shower or me playing TF2, you'll be fine. I actually shouldn't be wasting my tornado. I'm not thinking straight. If I tornado and miss it, she just jumps unless and wins. Unless the Vayne condemns. I'm not thinking straight at all. What's happening? 0, 7, and 1. Why do I feel like the game's a bit snowbally? Like, if my team is flopping, like they're really flopping. 0, what? Wait, they're twinning! 0, 7, 1, Silas and Yasuo, they're twinning. Like, I won bot lane, so if anyone's gonna be like early game Janna shit, like I won bot lane. It's nothing to do with it. I got a game. I did flop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe we lived that. Oh my god. Like, if someone is gonna be like, oh, you're 3 points is a W, you're weaker early game, like, I won laning phase, so I'm not even gonna entertain that argument. Like, I won that lane. I did flop on that flash, trying to kill that Ezreal before, but 120 ping, so what can you do about it? I may need QSS for this thing. I shall get that. Yeah, Moonstone. I kind of forgot I had Moonstone as well. I don't think we'll win this game unless this like game plays out of her mind along with me. Oh, I didn't know this game is so true. Fascinating. Like, the Leona is playing bad. Oh wait, let's check that fizz. I thought that was my teammate for some reason. I should have shouted myself. I don't think I should have saved me. He's very fed this fizz. Oh, he's 7-0. Or 6-0 before he killed me. But even if I lose this game, like, I still stand by what I said about Janna. I think she's very, very strong. I don't think she's weak. This has nothing to do with my Janna. Like 0-8 and 0-7. What am I gonna do about that? Unless I roam, that is the only argument I will give. Like, that's the only argument I would entertain, which is if I had more movement speed, maybe I would have roamed more, and maybe I could have saved the top lane and mid lane. So you lost out on 8% movement speed. Unless you're moving towards an ally, but if you're roaming, you're probably not going to be moving towards an ally. But we did get 15% extra base movement speed, and your W does give more movement speed as you level it up. I don't know how that compares to the old Janna, if old Janna moves more faster or not. I mean, if I'm maxing E, I would only have 1 point in W, so the leveling up, like scaling, doesn't really like mean anything. So I might need like a side-by-side comparison to see if it like means anything. If she ulted, I might have to come down. You know what, maybe we can win if I pocket this Vayne. She's good. If I pocket this Vayne, maybe we can win. Serious? I'll stand in David. Oh my god, did he just miss this fucking... Did he just miss 2 Qs in a row? Mama, what is that? He just missed 2 Qs in a row. I mean, one doesn't go for me, so I love that. Like, I'm sorry, but like, the old Janna would not have saved this Yasuo's floppiness, okay? Like, let's just get that out of the way. Like, the old Janna would not have saved this Yasuo's flop Qs. Just fucking saying. So if anyone wants to come for me like, oh my god, you're in denial, you lost, like, see, Janna shit, like, don't even. Don't. Even. I'm gonna wait in base for this. I'm very, very sorry that I'm very low energy. This will definitely be my last game. I'm gonna get... Ardent Sensor generally is good, but because I'm gonna keep my Vayne alive, I'm gonna get everything that keeps her alive. Right? We have enough damage, she can destroy them all. She just has to stay alive. So I'm not gonna get Ardent Sensor. I'm just gonna get Redemption. Is that pretty? Thank you.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
You know when my Crucible is on number 1, I normally have my Crucible on my number 3, but that's where my crafting is. Julie, have you tried the PvE Janna games? How do you feel about Janna?
It's what she deserves.
Oh my.
I can't Crucible. I keep forgetting. Can I Crucible the fish? I don't think I can, right? Like, I can remove the slow, but the fish stays still. So true. That should have been a tornado. The Yasuo ult. I don't know why I'm shitting Yasuo. Oh, she's very strong. I can't. Oh, I can! I can Crucible fish. I keep forgetting. Like, I barely see Fizz. Like, Fizz is so non-existent. Like, I can't even remember, honestly. Oh, did I kill that? They don't kill the Fizz? Oh, okay. I messed up. Do I want to Crucible this guy? Oh wait, I used number 3 instead of number 1. Wait, my Crucible not going up. I thought I Crucibled the Silas. I don't know if it's ping. I thought I Crucibled him. I cannot stand people that into the game go 0 and 10 and have the audacity to surrender. Like, Vayne and I can carry, but they have the fucking audacity to surrender. Like, great, you flopped, but like, let me and Vayne have a chance to carry and play. Like, I'm enjoying this game despite my lack of energy. I am enjoying this game and I can carry with the Vayne. So like, I fucking hate people like this. Yasuo, like, bitch, like, fuck off. Get into the game and like, be so selfish, like, surrender. Like, fuck off.
Expect sporadic ganks.
has been slain.
Janna should look stronger. They didn't really buff the value. It's just that I'm really fed right now. And I'm maxing shield, so... How did I not learn that? It's not worth me. Oh, so true. I didn't need to ult. I didn't need to ult that. I didn't expect the Vayne to come down. Something I wish they would do is I wish they would buff the cooldown. So Janna's ultimate is, I think, 3 minutes. Okay, I got my clones off. Got my shield off. Fuck. So, like, Janna's ultimate is like 3 minutes, I believe. 3 minutes is like cut this ult. Like, that's a global ult cooldown. I've never really... Like, I understand Janna's ultimate is very, very strong. But I've never understood, like, why Janna's ultimate is that long, despite, like, yeah, I know it's a strong ultimate, but 3 minutes for an ult, or was that 1/52nd? It's, like, ridiculous. Like, that is something I wish they would change. I wish they would make it so the cooldown on my ultimate is not as long. It doesn't make any sense why it takes so long. I think... Wait, am I stupid? How do I sell?
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
Survive for a long time. Nice crucible, thank you. You buy a Night's Spell for Vayne? Actually, I didn't think about that, but I think I will. Thank you for reminding me that item exists. I should have gone. I actually should have gone Night's Spell instead of Redemption, but this works. I get Night's Spell. Like literally everything for this Vayne. Like fuck this. I don't know if I'm really doing much. Rek'Sai can come over the war. As they ward the war is kinda like Little 6. Getting a little cold. It's 1:56 AM and I'm wearing this. I feel like this is like such a 2v5 game. Oh, I didn't realize. I should have followed this way. Picture this night. What? I fucked up. I shouldn't have ulted for the Rengar. I should have saved my ult. He fucking deleted my Rengar, that Rek'Sai. What? Yeah. So although I'm losing this game, like again, like this has nothing to do with update. Like this is like Silas Jasper flopping, right? Like even if I lose this game, this has nothing to do with like, oh my god, your early game is shit on Janna, now they got a Janna or blah blah blah. Like I won laning phase. So that's that.
I'm a weather woman.
I actually don't want to surrender, I want to keep playing. I want to see how far I can keep pushing this game. See if Vayne and I can carry him. Quite true. Oh. I don't know if they did this. Oh. Everything for my Vayne. Everything for my fucking Vayne. Everything for my fucking Vayne! Everything for my fucking Vayne! Oh my god. That was a good fight. This Vayne is really good. Her mechanics are pretty on point and she knows how to take fight. This Vayne is good. It's literally me. It's me, Vayne, against the world! Holy shit. This is why I need Night Spell. This is why I went Redemption for her, and my Crucible was in cooldown, but this is why I'm building for my Vayne. You might have noticed that sometimes Vaynes build tanky. You might sometimes see a tank Vayne and they pop off, and that's because Vayne has a lot of damage, even if you're not building damage. Like you can just build tank Vayne, or not full on tank Vayne, but you can build somewhat tanky Vayne and still carry, because at the end of the day, as long as you survive, you fuck him up. You just need to stay alive, and I just need to get, I don't want Ardent Sensor. Ardent Sensor is extra damage, but again, I don't need extra damage. I'm just gonna break this. If I win this game, it'll be a fucking miracle. But it'll be fun. Actually, wait, I need to save by my Vayne. I'm literally a guardian angel. I don't have any wards, but...
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
I need a bit more guard. I honestly think we give dragon. I don't think we are. I don't think we fight in the jungle. Like, just give them dragon. I can't type. Fuck it, I can't type. There's a bowl of noodles in front of me, my mom gave me food, so I can't type right now. If I win this game, it'll be YouTuber? Yes. Despite my lack of energy and my voice is dying. Am I giving ASMR with this dead voice? I need to save my tornado. I can't just like fuck it up. Even if I land a tornado randomly, like I don't want to bait my Vayne into going in. Like what? So fucking true. Like
Wait, are we rolling?
I don't really care that they fed. I care that they're like being even more of a sandbag. How hard is it to like stand by the Vayne and like not feed any harder? Like how hard is it to just kill for the Vayne instead of like going? There is a Rek'Sai there. Oh. Not Rengar is actually doing work. I need to stay by my Vayne. Someone else can go to bot lane, like Scarlet or whatever. Fuck off! Like, feed the game, 0-15 and want to surrender. Like, should I like go play Bowdy, you dumb bitch. Stupid dumb bitches, like surrender. Literally, fuck off. Literally, fuck off. This is flop. I fucking hate this tank minion. No. We have to go back. We have to go back. Oh, she lies still. I forgot she lies this game. This is so troll. Like, this tank minion, like, it's so troll. I wish you could control it. Like, tank for us, bitch. Keep a tank minion. Okay, I got this. Thank god. Let me put it on Vayne. Okay, she'll take less damage. Hopefully she can carry with this. I think I'll either get the Tenacity Potion so I don't get stun locked or whatever, or I might get the AP one. This Tenacity makes you bigger, so you could get hit by a Fizz ult, and that's not good, so... Maybe I won't go Tenacity. Extra AP would make me stronger heals and shooting. I can't ward. Very risky for me to walk into this jungle. I'm not gonna do so. You kinda, if you want vision, you wanna push through the lanes, like push through mid lane and then like go for vision. I think they're like below us, honestly. I'm gonna save my tornado. There they are, as if it wasn't obvious. Oh, I thought Rek'Sai ulted. I fucked up. god, this is so 2v5. Like, 0, 16, and 2. Like, bitch, just go AFK. Just go AFK at this point. I'm kidding. You know what this Yasuo and Tails is useful for? They're good at defending the base, like wave clearing and playing tower defense. That's their use. It's literally to stay in base and clear minion waves. That's actually like low-key useful. It means that the Vayne and I can leave the base and go do stuff. So actually low-key useful. I can't really ward. I don't know where the enemy is. Where's their Franka? What? Oh god, I didn't get my shield off. What the fuck is this?
Next time, choose the right side.
Next time. Here's it. Why did you reveal yourself? Oh, we gotta come down in time. I didn't mean to tornado! Right down. Oh. I'm not gonna ult for that. I don't care. I don't care for like shitty Yasuo. I'm not ulting for that. Get around. I have Ranka. I use my Crucible. I don't know if I should have used my Crucible. Redemption from Ranka, but it worked out. Do I sound like Bizzleberry? Hello guys, I'm Bizzleberry now. I am very calm. We are doing ASMR. Should this be my rebranding? I am now Limmy Bizzle. I'm Lingberry. I'm giving Lingberry? What do you all think of Lingberry? Why is this PvE game giving more than words? Honestly, which I'm like, was fucking easy or something. Oh, actually, nice. I fucked up. Fucked up. Really sad. Oh. Oh! Knight's Vow! Knight's Vow! Knight's Vow Moonstone! Oh my god. We're in fucking worlds, bitches. We're in fucking worlds. Oh my god, this is the world fucking championship. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. This is the world fucking championship. Girl. Like, it's almost to the point like they want to lose, bitch. Like, hello? Like, they want to fucking lose. Like, this is intense, but really fun. This is actually so fun. Like, holy shit. Despite me, it's very light energy, this is actually really fun. Do you girls prefer this? Should I just be Bizzleberry? Should I rebrand myself to Lingyberry? This given. Thank you, girls. So true. Bye. Must be fun. Bye. She's 7,000 gold. Love that. Exercise coming. This is coming. Oh, that was so fucking close. I fucked up. GG. I didn't use my Crucible and I was standing too far and I shouldn't have. I've got caught by a fizz. That was a nice attempt. I found that game to be really fun, and I think we did a lot of work, so I think it is I think anyone in their right minds can see that this is not like, oh my god, Janna's shit, like you see if Janna didn't change, you would have won this game. I don't think anyone will say that, but just in case, you're wrong. Like, oh, they're not ending. Wait, we have a chance. Why they're not ending the game? Huh, never mind. They're ending it now. I know, me and Bane did everything. I guess I wanna keep playing. Fucking defend, bitch. Mr. Q on a stationary target like that. I made him. Come on. There's hope. There's a fucking hope. We have one more go. One more try. Hello.
I'm on location and it's not skirt weather.
Dragon's up soon. That's the 4th drag. I need to fight for this. What am I going to jungle? It's very dangerous. I need a ward like this, I think. I can't. Oh! Wow. I have my auto attack range. I need a crucible. I need to stand away. This Fizz wants me. This Fizz knows that he can't kill me. He's aiming for me. I actually should get Guardian Angel. I don't know why I didn't get Guardian Angel. Fucking shit. I'm not ulting for this Silas. I'm not ulting for Silas. I'll walk with.
Monsters never ready, but more pain and death after these messages. Expect sporadic days.
We need wards, but I need to stay alive. Let me CS, please. I need CS. Oh god, I can't fucking type. Let me! What the fuck? Me. I need gold, bitch. I need gold. I need this Guardian Angel. Hello?
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Girl. Bitch, donate your fucking gold to me. Just donate your gold to me. Like, wards are important, but this Guardian Angel will help me. Like, fight against Fizz. Like, if they stun lock me. Because I might accidentally make a mistake like I did last time. Anyways, I can sell my ward item. I have enough gold. Oh. I can feel it off. GG.
Shut down.
Oh, that was quite a game.
Wait, are we rolling?
That was quite a game. Well played. Yeah, I'm pretty happy honestly with that. I'm actually pretty happy even if I didn't win. I mean, I dislike this Yasuo and this Silas, but it is what it is. I think that was a very good game. Okay, I need to eat. I need to end the stream. So, I've already said what I said. I've said a lot with like Janna, like you've all heard my thoughts. I'll put it in the video. You know, I still stand by with what I said. I think Janna is genuinely really strong with the new changes. I think the good Janna players will be able to abuse the new changes and be really strong in OP, whereas the bad Janna players will not be good with the new changes. Like they'll lose more, whatever. Despite me losing some of the games, I don't think any of the games that I lost had anything to do with like, oh, Janna is weak or my W is no longer strong or whatever. Like, because a lot of times that we lost, it was like the team. Like I won laning phase in literally every single game. I'm pretty sure. If I'm not mistaken, out of all the 7 games, 6 games, whatever, I think we won like every single laning phase. So if someone wants to make the argument like, oh, Janna's laning phase is shit, you can no longer poke, you just stand back and do nothing. Not the case. I won every single laning phase. What just happened was, unfortunately, my teammates kind of flopped. I have to repeat this just in case, you know, some people want to be weird in the comment section. Yes, maybe the movement speed, I don't know how it compares with the old Janna. Maybe I would have been able to roam more, and maybe then my teammates wouldn't have flopped if I had roam, though my lane does suffer, like my AD carry. So that's the only argument that I would possibly entertain. But it wasn't my early game, it wasn't my lack of damage, because there probably was one fight, you know, especially that last fight when I flashed in for the Vayne, when I flashed for the Ezreal and I didn't kill him with a 200 ping. I mean, I would have killed him with a 200 ping if I didn't have 200 ping, but I did lack damage in that fight, so maybe if I had more damage, I would have killed him, maybe. I mean, you could argue like maybe since I max shield, like the only reason why we stayed alive was because I max shielded in lane phase. You know, that's like a what if scenario. So maybe in moments like that, but it was very far. Like that was like the only one time, or like only 2 times. Like there was the Darius one as well. Like barely was there any time was like, oh my god, like my lack of, like we lost 10, 50 damage or 100 damage on Janna. I don't think it'd be 100. I think it'd be like 50 at most. Like, oh, we lost a few damage on our passive and our W. Like Janna does no more damage. Like there weren't any times, any fights where the enemy team like lived on like 1 HP, and like the difference between like me going like 3-point W and having a damage, like ult damage, would have changed the outcome of the fight. Very, very, like, it didn't happen really, like once or twice or whatever. So if someone wants to use that as an argument, like, oh, lack of damage now, I don't think so. I don't see it. I generally don't see it, and I think you guys can see it as well. What else? The 20% cooldown reduction on the E. Go check my Twitter or watch over when I talk over on stream or VOD. I explained the 20% cooldown reduction on the E thing. Not good at all. Like, I'm glad that they changed it. I'm glad that they got rid of it. Anyone that's like, oh my god, skill expression, they don't know what they're talking about, I don't think. I think Janna has a lot of skill expression that she, you know, the good Janna can utilize the tornadoes very well and possibly carry with that. I showed you guys that you can make extremely aggressive picks with Janna Tornado. Janna, although you max shield, maybe there will be a new build where you max Q or whatever, I don't know.
Yes, Queens.
As you girls have seen in all the games, despite me maxing shield, I was able to get a lot of good picks with my tornado, and quite a lot of those picks were because of my tornado speed. I would not have gotten quite a lot of my picks if it was a slower tornado. So I really love the tornado changes, and I think that tornado change really lets Janna, like good Jannas, express their skill more and differentiate themselves from mediocre Janna players or bad Janna players. So those are all my thoughts so far on PvE servers with 220 ping with, you know, random teammates. So I am very full of the Janna changes. I think she is insanely good now with these changes. I think it's a buff and I'm so happy for it. And you know, my mind might change. Like maybe if I've gone to live servers and I play some ranked, maybe my mind will change. Like maybe challenger players, grandmaster players will shit on me and I'm like, you know what, maybe I don't like these changes. We'll have to see. But for now, on PvE, I really like these changes, and I do not see what the other girlies are seeing when they don't like the changes. I think these changes are insanely good. I need to go. Like, I need to eat. So, good night everyone. Thanks for watching. Bye girls.